Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. I had to leave at 11:45. We have an appointment at 7.
No problem. No problem at all.
Ne var şey işe bir siyam diyor. Mungkin saya pun akan jadi siyam. Kita ni tak lihat, kita ni tak percaya kalau sebenarnya orang kita ni orang tinggi orang tak, kita tambah ni orang tinggi. Apa yang kawan? Apa yang juga orang orang. Ini papa ni tu apa yang dah ni mungkin bukan. Apa dah tu? Ini apa yang tu? Orang, mau anda tu tak mau ambil orang. Ini apa yang dah? Ini orang tak yang dah lah lagi dia. Masa dia apa yang ini dia. Dah mau deh.
So many steps to this. And I'm gonna forget one eventually. Okay,
No, dah mau deh.
well, it started in about 2 minutes.
Dah mau deh. Ini dia nak dia. Dah mau deh. Ini dia nak dia. No puede. I can see. No, dah no boleh cari. I can see it. It was. Yeah.
Good morning.
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 The seating changed or no, where you want to sit? Right there.
All right, good morning. Everybody ready for Monday? I don't think I am, but we'll see if we can get through it. Okay. Has everyone been getting our after class wrap up emails? Has everybody been getting emails?
No, I didn't. No, we didn't.
If you can today, sometime on break or whenever before the end of class, check your email and see if you're getting these. Check your spam folder too, because sometimes we get routed to spam. If you're not getting these follow up, after class wrap up emails, let me know. That way I can check your email in the system to make sure that you're on the right list so that we can make sure you're getting those. It's going to have important information, reviewing the information that we went over in class, but also you're going to need that for upcoming things as well. So I want to make sure that you got that. You're getting those emails. You guys at home can also sign up for those emails. My assistant Mai will put the link in the chat on YouTube, so you can sign up for those emails as well if you would like. So Mai, can you please put that in the chat? All right. So over the weekend, you had 2 chapters to read. I know they were long. I know they're very long. But does anybody have any questions on those chapters? Anything that you didn't understand that you want more clarification on? Anything? Some of you were probably wondering, because in chapter 2, it talks about how CNAs or all nursing assistants nationwide have to have at least 75 hours of training. And if you added up our hours here, we don't have 75 hours of training. Florida is the only state that does not abide by that federal guideline. So in Florida, you don't have to have any amount of training to be a CNA. You can simply challenge the exam. So Florida is a little bit unique. We don't always follow the federal. I don't know why, but we don't play like the rest of the teams. So where that's going to be important to, it's not going to have any impact on you in Florida, none at all. You're going to go take the test. Once you pass it, you're a CNA, can work anywhere a CNA works in Florida. You're good. Where it may come into play, become an issue for you, is if you want to move out of state, because other states know that Florida doesn't play by the same rules, and other states may say, I don't care if you've got a CNA in Florida, you're going to have to take our training program. Thankfully, there's very few states that require that. So some, very few, would require that you go through their training and testing process. Most will say, oh, great, as long as you're a Florida CNA, we'll give you a CNA certification here too. And then there's a few right in the middle that say, okay, I get it, you're a CNA somewhere else, but we want you to take our test just to make sure. Okay, so every state that you go to is going to have a different level of requirement based on the fact that you're from Florida. And they know that you don't have to adhere to that 75 hours. Good, makes sense? So how would you find out? Well, if you turn in your white book to page 123, there is a listing of all of the boards of nursing. And wherever you plan on moving, you would want to contact them, call them up, send them an email. All of their information is there for you. And just ask them, what are the requirements for somebody who's certified in Florida to move to your state and be able to work as a CNA? You'd want to do that before you move. It's kind of important before you move, because this whole process can take like 6 to 8 weeks. It's not an overnight thing. Good. All right, let me go ahead and get your scores for chapters 2 and 3. Donovan? Crystal? Cynthia
100,
for 2?
2, 3, and 1.
Okay, very good. Yvonne,
100,
100 for 2,
2,
and what for number 3?
100,
Okay, thank you. Wilma,
Yeah, 55 for one.
95?
Yeah.
And your Wilma?
Yes.
Okay, so 95 for 1,
100 for two.
100 for 2.
I'm not doing this for that there.
That's fine, no problem. Carrie,
95 for 2. And 100.
thank you. Leah,
The first one was last week, right?
chapter 1 I got from you.
Yeah. So the second one was I missed one, and then the third one I got 100.
Thank you. Stephen,
Chapter 2, I get 85%. Third chapter,
very good. Amber. Okay. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah. I didn't check.
Oh, the very last page in that book, the white book. So
Yeah.
turn to the very last page.
I didn't do chapter 1 because I wasn't here,
Okay,
and I didn't get to that, but I will. But I did 2 and 3, and I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I'm not sure. I'll have it. Could I give you the answer if I do?
no problem. You can give it to me on Wednesday as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Wednesday, if I don't, basically, if I have any blanks, I'll ask, what do you have for 2 and 3? That's how I remember.
I have to correct myself. I had rerun on chapter 3.
Okay, and your name again?
Carrie.
Kari, I'm sorry. So 3 wrong on chapter 3.
Mhm.
Okay. So those of you that got some things wrong, do you understand why your answer was not correct? Is there anything there you want me to explain to you? Anything there? I want to talk about something that I don't normally talk about, but I think it's important that we kind of at least touch on it before we get into today's lesson. And it's on Maslow's hierarchy. Now, this was covered in your reading last week, and you probably just kind of glossed over it because it's hard, when you're reading it, it's hard to know, well, how does this apply to me, or why should I care? And the reason you should care is because your patients are all undergoing crises, all of them, every one of them. If life was going perfect, they wouldn't need you. So by very definition of you being there, your patients are in crisis of some sort. It could be a physical crisis. It could be an emotional crisis. It could be a financial crisis. It could be a spiritual crisis. Could be all of the above, but they are in crisis. So why does that matter? Why should we care? Well, when you're working with patients, a lot of times we just kind of get into the routine of things. Every day is the same for us. We get up, we get ready, we go to work, we put in our 8 or 12 hours, we go home, we complain to everybody at home about work, right? We have dinner, we socialize with our families, we go to bed, we get up, we go to work, and we complain to everybody at work about home, right? So this is our routine. So giving a bed bath to Mr. McGillicuddy is the same as giving a bed bath to Mr. McGillicuddy. The same as giving a bed bath to Mr. McGillicuddy. It's all routine for us. When you first get started in healthcare, you're paying attention to the patients because that's what you were taught to do. But after a couple of weeks or months of this, you're gonna stop paying attention to those patients. You're gonna be paying more attention to yourself and your coworkers, and now it's all just routine. You're there to do the steps, but you kind of forget to connect with the people we're doing the steps on. And that's where Maslow's hierarchy becomes super important. Because when we're working with patients and we understand they're all in crisis of some sort, they're not at the pinnacle of Maslow's hierarchy. You are. You are reaching your goals. You are gainfully employed. You're working toward an end goal, whether that's a new car, a new house, retiring, right? But you're focused on your goals. You're taking steps to make sure that happens. You have a safe place to live. You're not in danger at all. You're making money to feed yourself, right? So your goals are being met. Your patients may not be. They are not at the same place on that hierarchy that you are. But you're not going to realize that, at first glance. They're in a facility, they're being fed, they're being cared for, therefore everything is met, and that's not true. If you look at Matt, what page is that on?
61.
61, and your textbook, the blue book or green, whichever one you have. I'm going to give you yellow ones today because that's not confusing. But when you look at that Maslow's hierarchy on page 61, it's that triangle. What's the very first thing on the bottom?
Physical needs.
Physical needs. So what would be considered a physical need? Yours is going to be different. Sorry, let me help you because it's a different. There it is with that. What would be considered a physical need?
Food.
Okay, oxygen. Sure, we need to breathe. Trust me, if your patient is having severe difficulty breathing, they don't care about anything else. Nothing. The need to breathe is so overwhelming. So if you've got a patient with COPD, that need for oxygen, need to breathe is going to override absolutely everything in their life. So when you go in and ask them, do you want to shower today? And they're like, no, right? You look at it as you are messing up my schedule, right? But your patient, their overwhelming need for oxygen is going to override anything else you want to do with them. It's just not going to happen today. What's another physical need?
Food and water.
Okay, food, yeah. So water or hydration is important. So these are just the bare minimum to survive, right? So even prisoners get these things. They're the bare minimum to survive. But if you notice, that's what the majority of what we do. We keep people fed, hydrated, keep them breathing, right? We focus our care on that lower level. And we think, hey, as long as those things are taken care of, my patient is good. That is bottom wrong. That is bare minimum, right? But as CNAs, we tend to think, oh, I've done my job. That's not all of your job. It's some of it, but not all of it. Let's go up a level. Let's see if we can elevate our care a little bit. What's the next level?
Safety and security.
Safety and security. Now, CNAs do this too, right? We make sure our patients are safe. We're going to talk about that a little bit more too, but we make sure our patients are safe. They're in a secure location. They're not at risk of wandering into traffic, that type of thing. But your definition of safe and your patient's definition of safe may be two totally different things. And you need to understand that. Everybody has a little bit different definition here. For instance, I'll give you a great example of this, okay? When you are in your home, you probably feel pretty safe, right? Especially if you know all the doors and windows are locked. You feel pretty safe and secure in your home. you tend to think that patients will also feel safe and secure in their place, wherever they are. That's not necessarily the case, because in your home, you don't have a random stranger that you're sharing your bedroom with. You don't have strangers coming in and out at all hours of the day and night. You may think, okay, well, the patient's not homeless, they're not out in the open, you know, they're safe, they're secure, but their idea of safety and security may not be the same as yours. And you have to keep that in mind when we're working with patients, because we're there to perform a job, but your patient may not see you as a safe individual. Does that make sense? Okay. Now, as much as I really, really, really wish that this didn't happen, it does. Some patients may see you as a threat to their safety and security if they have an emotional reaction to you. So there are some people from my past life that I just didn't like. I had a bully that was just absolutely awful to me. Now, if you look like that bully, I am probably going to have a visceral reaction to you. You may be a perfectly lovely human, but I can't get past my own physical reaction to what the memories you brought up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can all think of somebody that we don't like, that somebody else might remind us of, and we might automatically dislike that person because they remind us of somebody we don't like. Right? We also have, unfortunately, prejudice that does occur. I wish I could wave them at, trust me guys, if I had that magic wand, I would wave it. Absolutely. But there are people that are prejudiced against all types of other people. So we have to understand that we may be perfectly wonderful individuals, but there are some people, some patients that aren't going to give us the chance to prove it. Does that make sense? It doesn't do you any good to get mad at them any more than it does me any good to wish I had a magic wand. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to get a magic wand and they're not going to automatically be cured of whatever is wrong with them. So what do? How do we handle it? Well, remember that our patient has the need to feel safe and secure. That is a need. And understand that need is just one little tick above bare minimum. So it's still pretty important. If a patient has a reaction to you, you need to let the nurse know. Hey, this patient, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to like me. It doesn't mean that it's a reflection of you. It may be a reflection of them. But if you go in there guns blazing, and now, why don't you like me? I need to know why you don't like me. You know, if you confront them, that is absolutely not going to make them like you anymore. Okay, so we need to understand that this happens. It's unfortunate. I hate that it happens, but it happens. So we have to work within these parameters because the patient does have a need to feel safe and secure. And whether you are threatening their safety and security or not, they still have that need. Does that make sense? Okay, so those two things are things that we actively contribute to as CNAs. But a lot of times the CNAs, we get to the bottom rung and we're like, we're done. Hey, as long as they're clean and dry and, you know, fed, my job here is done. And that's not necessarily true. Let's go up one more. Let's see if we can get this even better. So let's go up one more rung. What's the next one? Oh, every teenager in the world feels this acutely. They need to feel like they belong. And this really is a contradiction because they're trying so hard to feel like they belong, and yet they still want to stand out. They want to be different. They're all trying so hard to be different, they all look alike. Right? So, but that need for love is very, very strong. That need for love goes all the way back to infancy. That need for love and belonging is important. Now, I'm not saying you have to love your patients, but understand that they're not going to be truly happy individuals and easy to work with if this need is not being met. So if you've got somebody who is not being visited by family members or friends, they need a little extra time. These are the people that are going to be on your call lights. Why are they on your call lights? Because they have an unmet need. And in their mind, that need is as important as oxygen and food. They're not getting it met. So we have to have a little bit of compassion for our patients, especially if they are. Now, guys, I get it. I know how annoying that is. I 100% get it. You're trying really hard to maintain a schedule to get everything done. And that, Mr. Hayes is on the call light again, 14th time this hour. This is about enough. But there's an unmet need there. Okay, you need to be aware of that. They're not doing it to be annoying. They probably don't even understand why they're doing it. But you need to look at it with the idea of there's an unmet need there. Now, a lot of people kind of top out there. Okay. In fact, a lot of people never get past that third rung. They have their basics met, they feel safe wherever they are, and they have a connection somewhere, whether it's a significant other, a best friend, a group that is meeting their needs, but they kind of top out there. But if we're truly, truly lucky or blessed, or whatever your adjective is you want to use there, we can get to the next rung. What is that one?
Need for self-esteem.
Oh, self-esteem. Now that's the one that you guys are probably sitting in somewhere in there. You're in between the third and fourth rung. You're trying to reach it. That's kind of where your sweet spot is, that need for self-esteem. You are becoming CNAs because you want the title. You want the job, you want to help others, you are going to derive pleasure from assisting other people that are less fortunate. You're not here for fame and fortune, I know that, right? So you're working on your fourth rung. That's where you are sitting. Please be aware that everyone you're caring for is not there, and you expecting them to react like you when they're at a totally different place on this graph is absolutely mind-blowing. They can't. They cannot have the same reactions that you do because they're not in the same place that you are. If they had all of these things met, physical needs, safety and security, love and acceptance, and self-esteem, they would not be where they are. They are not in the same place as you are. This is so important for you to understand. And, my poor guy that works next door, my son, right, Jake, the tall, skinny one with the big beard, he tries so hard. I mean, he really does. He tries to get good customers. Sometimes he talks too much. He gives too many details, but he tries so hard to give good customer service. And it absolutely just crushes him when people don't react to him the way he expects them to react. It crushes him. And I keep telling them, that's not a them problem, that's a you problem. You're on a different area of this ladder than they are. They can't react to you the way you expect them to react to you because they're not in the same place. But we all do this. We judge others' reactions by the way we would react. They're not in the same place. Does that make sense? Now, I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Now, the pinnacle, guys, you know, the very tip top, you see how small that little tip top part is?
Yeah.
Right? What is that one?
So.
Self-actualization.
Yeah, I'm looking at that going, yeah, that'd be nice, but that's like Bill Gates. You know, I mean, when you have no problems anywhere in your life, everything is clicking along like her. And even Bill Gates isn't a good example of that anymore because he just got divorced. So, you know, kind of makes you wonder if love is real, you know? If somebody like that that has absolutely everything can't hold it together, we really got to work hard at that, right? So I know I'm not there. I'm with you guys. I'm kind of third, fourth rung, right? This is where I'm at. And I expect everybody to react like I do because I'm human, but I have to step back and remember that a lot of these people are in the third rung, maybe the second, and there are several that I'm going to work with on a daily basis that are still stuck on the first rung and they can't even think about forming connections. Because if you don't have the bottom rung met, you can't move up. Now, this isn't static either. You don't get to the fourth level and go, woo, I'm done, I made it, here I am, because you can easily slide right back down and have to work hard again. But let's talk about patience for a second, because I want you to see how this can affect, how little things can affect. So there was an article yesterday on the news that 4 people in Pinellas County that were working at assisted living facilities stole various patients' credit cards. When they would go into the patients' rooms to care for them, they would take pictures of the credit cards, and they stole like $14,000 from different patients by using their credit cards for different things. Now, how do you think that affects people's safety and security? Oh yeah. So if we aren't comfortably sitting at safety and security, what do we go down to? Physical needs. That is all that they now have any assurance of. Okay, I've got a roof over my head. I've got oxygen to breathe and food is coming. But I'm not going to trust anybody. You guys see how that would affect? They're in a dependent position. So this, you know, we look at those 4 people. Oh, it's good they were caught. They're going to jail. That's wonderful. But what are the effects on the patients, the victims of this? It's going to affect them. But it's not just the victims. What about their roommates that maybe didn't have anything stolen, but are they going to feel safe?
No.
No, it's a huge violation of trust. Make sense? Okay, here's another one. This happened a couple of weeks ago. A CNA was actually charged with neglect because she would take the food into the patient's rooms, put it on their tray table, and they were feeds. She was supposed to be feeding them. She didn't feed them. She just put the tray on the table, walked out of the room, came back a few minutes later, took the tray out and ate the food herself. Now, can you imagine for a second, you can't feed yourself. A tray is put in front of you. You smell it. Your tummy starts to rumble and grumble. And you're looking forward to, hey, I'm going to get some food. And then that tray walks right back out the door. Now, you're not even getting your basic needs met. You're not even on the pyramid now. What do you think is going to happen to this individual? Okay, yeah, that, in extreme cases, they could die of malnutrition, absolutely, absolutely.
We had that happen to somebody.
Did you?
Similar. We kept reporting that they weren't eating. And after 30 days, they died. They not only did they die, they passed in their families. Family was holding them.
Oh my gosh,
So
that's horrible.
it's one of the 9.
Oh my gosh, that's horrible. So while this pyramid may just look like something decorative on a page, we have to understand that what we do is going to affect where your patient lands on this. If their basic needs aren't being met because CNAs are not feeding them or making sure they have adequate hydration, if they have physical issues that affect their ability to breathe, those things are going to bring that patient down. They don't care about love and self-actualization. Right now, I just want to live, right? So your perception of life and their perception of life are not at all meshing up. Remember, they're at a different place than you are. And this really, where I keep going back to, is going to affect their reaction to you. This is why we talk about things like closing the privacy curtain and using a privacy blanket and making sure that we're talking through the skills so your patient understands what you're doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If I'm in a long-term care facility and I'm going into a drawer, I am going to make sure my patient knows why I'm in their drawer, because they may have heard about that case or been a victim in something similar. That is their drawer, their home. I need to tell them why I'm in there. I'm just going to open your drawer and get a toothbrush out. But if you don't do that, it starts to fester in there, especially if they've had issues with safety and security. Does that make, and guys, anybody that's dependent, I guarantee you, has an issue with safety and security.
Yeah.
If they are relying on you for something, anything, they have to trust that you're going to do that, and there's going to be some level of doubt, distrust, that type of thing. We want to make sure that we're not contributing to that. We want to increase trust, not decrease.
The other thing too is that when people do stuff like that, it affects how people see us.
Oh, absolutely.
Now they have the attitude, you could be stealing from me, you know, so
It
if
affects
they
the-
are, understand where they're coming from.
Oh yeah, it affects the whole industry.
Yeah.
100%. This is one of the reasons that CNAs don't have the same reputation as nurses. Right? We complain about that all the time. You know, we want to be respected. We want people to listen to us. You know, we want that, we want that level of integrity, and yet we allow our coworkers to do these things that ultimately affects the image of the industry. So, and there is a huge code of silence in the CNA community. You know, where you may know that somebody's doing something, but you're not going to tell, because hey, snitches get stitches, right?
Mhm.
Don't be that person, because remember that everything that's happening in the CNA community will ultimately affect you as well through your image. Make sure that somebody knows what's happening. Does that make sense?
Slip a note.
Yeah,
I know.
somebody
A lot of
needs to
us
know,
are-
absolutely.
Yeah, because your coworkers will ostracize you.
Oh,
You
yeah.
told on somebody, but you know, that person's life is in jeopardy. So yes,
Mhm. Something else that a lot of CNAs don't really seem to realize, and to be honest with you, I really didn't understand this until I got a little bit older either. Those people in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, residential places, they're paying for that out of their pocket.
yeah.
Out of their pocket. Because Medicaid does pick up once you've used all of your assets. But you have to go through all your money first. That means you're selling your home, your car, your life insurance, everything has to be tapped. before Medicare will pick up for it. Or Medicaid, I'm sorry. So can you imagine now, the average nursing home right now, average nursing home is about $8,000 a month. Average. And you have to pay for that out of your pocket. Now, I don't know about you, but if I go on vacation, if I had $8,000 to spend on a vacation that was going to last me a month, I would be in 4-star hotels. I would be getting massages. There would be fresh flowers, right? I would have the experience. You give me $8,000 and tell me that I can use it over, to live for a whole month. Man, I could have a nice life, right? Now, these people are told you cannot go home. Your physical health is so bad, you cannot go home. We're going to keep you from going home. Keep you from going home. You're going to go here instead. And that's going to cost you $8,000 a month. And no, you're not getting 4-star accommodations. No, you're not getting fresh flowers. No, you're not getting massages every day. No, you are going to get people that don't care about you, that are going to throw your food tray down in front of you, treat you like an imposition, and maybe might let you stay up past 7.
Plus you get a very small room.
Yeah, and you get to share it.
Yes.
Now, that's horrible. And once these people start to wake up and realize that $8,000 a month could buy a whole lot more than what they're getting, when that happens, man, me, if I was in a nursing home and I'm paying $8,000 a month and I've only seen you for 2 minutes a shift, oh, I'm on my call light. I'm going to get my $8,000 worth.
In Jamaica, that doesn't happen at all. You have your money and you stay home and you get your nurse to come in. The only people that goes to the nursing home is like those who are returning residents or their children is abroad and they said you will have to stay here. But otherwise than that, everybody stay home and they're comfortable home and you go in and look after them until they die.
Yep.
You can call in the doctor or if the person able to go to the doctor, fine, go to the
Yeah, that's my plan. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's my retirement plan. I want you to come to me, my home, my rules, right? But that's not what they get out there. So we need to understand that their expectation is a little bit different than what we offer. And that could affect their ability to relate to us as well. So do you guys see how all of these things are going to factor in to how our patients are seeing us and how we should be seeing the patient? Okay, it's all about communication, setting your expectations appropriately. And it will help prevent a lot of conflicts down the road. Usually, to be honest with you, the grumpiest people are the ones that need your help the most. The ones that act like they don't want you in there, they're the ones that need you. So keep that in mind. All right, so let's start today. We have 4 skills to learn. We're going to get to blood pressure last, and that's going to take me the most amount of time to teach you. But let's get some of these other skills out of the way first. So let's go to page 82 of your white book. So how do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan, and we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and so that means that we can't change it, alter it, fix it, disregard it. It is what it is, and we're going to follow it. What do we do if we can't follow it? Yeah, you contact the nurse. Absolutely. Try to get a little more information, because when you come to me and say, hey, Mr. Henry won't let me do this, I'm probably going to ask you why. So if you've got that information, it helps. But you want to be nice about this. You don't want to say, well, why not? Don't you know I've got things to do? It's not how we want to do this. We want to say, can I ask you why? Is this not a good time? Can I come back later? Are you not feeling well? I want to get some more information. If I go to the nurse and I say, hey, I can't do this skill because the patient's got family coming in and he wants to wait until after, she's going to go, okay, that's cool, thanks. But let's say that you don't say anything. You just put it in the back of your head. You didn't say anything to the nurse. You're just going to go back later and take care of that, whatever that is. And you have an emergency and you gotta leave. Your kid's sick at school or your significant other is in a car accident. You got to bolt, you're gone. Nobody knows that that thing wasn't done. So this is where that teamwork is coming in, right? We have to be in constant communication. You're not an island. You don't exist alone. You're part of a team. And that team dynamic has to be in place, okay? So now that we know what to do, right, the care plan, we're going to start the skill. Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Yeah. Is that important?
Yes.
Very important. Remember, we're building on that safety and security level for the patient. Once we've knocked, we have to identify our patient. How do we do that? Saying their name, absolutely. You can ask their name as well. Either one is fine. For the test, we don't have an ID band to worry about there. We're going to introduce ourselves by
And what?
yep, name and title. Yep, who we are, what we do. Absolutely. We want to describe the skill. Yeah, what are we doing? And then once we tell them what we're doing, what are we getting from them? Permission. Once you've done that, you can close the privacy curtain. But once you close that curtain is not clean. So what do you need to do? Wash your hands. And then you can go get your clean supplies. This order is important. So now that we've got some clean hands, we're going to go get some supplies. What's the very first supply we need to get? The barrier. Don't get this at the same time as everything else because your uniform is not clean, right? We don't want to hold anything up next to our uniform. So we go get the barrier first. We put it on the table. We put our clean supplies on the table as well. Why can't we get our supplies before we do the opening? Okay, so we don't have clean hands. We have to have clean hands to get our clean supplies, but it also takes away your patient's ability to decline the skill. So we need to be aware of that. The order matters. We read the care plan, we do the opening, we get the barrier, we get our supplies. That order is non-negotiable. It is the same for every single skill. So when you're looking at these skills, you're going to notice the first 5 or 6 checkpoints are all the same. Okay. How do we know when we are going to need gloves? There's 3 questions we want to ask. Anybody know these 3?
Wasn't clear on the first one.
Okay.
Prior to it, I was trying to fill in the blanks. Probably.
Okay.
I feel like I missed one.
So go back.
Yes, please.
Oops.
Yeah, that's
This one.
so provides clean area
For clean supplies.
Only touch supplies with clean hands. Don't let supplies touch your uniform.
Yep.
Get barrier.
This is going to be first before.
Okay.
Yeah.
First. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's just the order.
Okay.
But yeah, if you look at this, it's clean, clean, clean. A lot of clean going on here. That's what the barrier is all about. So how do we know when we should wear gloves? There's 3 questions that we want to ask ourselves, or 3 conditions. So anybody remember what these 3 are?
Skin.
Non-infected
wounds.
Okay, so non-attack skin, yeah, wounds, open skin, bodily fluids, yeah, ooey gooey, ugh. And the one, this is the one everybody forgets, right? Bathing suit skin or personal skin. Personal skin. Even if there's no body fluids there. So I'll give you an example of this. So let's say that we have somebody that's doing a breast exam on a female. You would want gloves because you're touching personal skin. Right? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. If I'm going to help somebody put on or pull up a pair of briefs while I'm touching the buttocks area, that's personal skin. I would want some gloves on for that. So personal skin is anything covered by a bathing suit normally. Now, whether or not, body fluids are there, that meets our glove need. But personal skin is by its very nature personal, right? You start touching personal skin with bare hands, bare flesh, people might get the wrong idea. So personal skin is personal. So we want to wear gloves if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. What's the first thing your gloves should touch?
Patient.
The patient. So we got to do all of our prep work first, then get our gloves on, then start the skill. And then once we touch the patient, we have to be aware of what our soiled gloves have touched. Right? So if we got ooey gooey all over those gloves, if we brush somebody's teeth and we got saliva all over those gloves, we don't want to touch the bedside drawers with those gloves. We don't want to touch the curtain or the sheet or the bed controller. You want to try to minimize your cross-contamination inside that area. Okay? And then when we're going to remove our soiled gloves, we have to do it the right way. Dirty glove can touch dirty glove, but dirty glove cannot touch skin. So we're going to pinch up, pull off, and then go under and pull off.
So when you're brushing your teeth, you will take off your gloves basically after you throw the toothbrush away.
Right, you want to do your cleanup because anything that you're going to touch that has body fluids on it, you want to do that with gloves on. So the towel that wipe their mouth, you want to put that in dirty linen before you take your gloves off. You want to clean your basin and put it away before you take your gloves off. But I said that we don't want to touch that drawer with those dirty gloves. So what do we need between our dirty gloves and the drawer?
Paper towel.
A paper towel. So once you get the toothbrush taken care of, the basin taken care of, the towel taken care of, nothing there for me to touch that has any body fluids on it, now I can take off my gloves. Okay. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then we have privacy blanket. How do we know when we should use a privacy blanket?
When you're exposing the
Yeah,
patient.
Okay, so exposing. So a good way to remember this is anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed, we need a privacy blanket. How come the curtain doesn't take care of privacy? I mean, if we pull the curtain, why do we need a blanket too?
Well, because it can be cold.
Okay, so temperature, remember you interpret temperature different from the patient's. So temperature is part of this.
Because although the outside can't see what's going on, basically you can still see. So to maintain the privacy, it's still that way.
Very good, very good. You are the stranger in the room. We forget that because we know us, right? I know me, I'm not a stranger, but we forget to that patient we are. So it just helps with that safety. And do you see, so we kind of focus on that bottom right, but are you seeing that a lot of what we do, a lot of these principles has to do with that safety and security part, right? So once we put the blanket, how do we put the blanket on? Do we just snap it?
No, gently.
Gently,
Don't shake it.
yeah.
Okay, don't shake it or snap it. We want to unfold it. That's right, because if you snap it, it pulls in a vortex, pulls all of those pathogens up right at eye and nose, mouth area for you to breathe in. That's no good. So once you put the blanket on, we're going to pull the sheet down underneath. That way the patient is never uncovered. right? When we remove it at the end of the skill, we have to remove it after we remove our gloves. So it's gonna be the very last thing we take care of in the skill. And that's because you have to, remember, the patient can't be uncovered, right? So we have to pull the sheet up over the blanket and then take the blanket away. Well, if you're gonna touch that sheet and you have soiled gloves, that sheet's gonna go right up next to their face. So removing the blanket is always done at the end after you remove your gloves. That way you're not touching that sheet with soiled gloves. Good? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I put the blanket on top of that one, right,
And then you pull the sheet down underneath
with my hand?
with your hand.
Okay.
And then you do whatever it is you're gonna do with the patient, whatever the skill is. Getting them dressed, peri-care, catheter care, partial bed bath, whatever the skill is. And then at the end of the skill, you've got gloves on. You need to pull that sheet up, but those gloves have been all up wherever you were working with the patient. You don't want that stuff on the sheet. So we want to remove those gloves and then pull the sheet up and take the blanket away. Okay. That make sense?
Yeah.
Good. All right, so far, let's just recap here. We've got skill rules, the opening, barrier, glove rules, and privacy blanket done. Okay,
We're supposed to wash our hands after we take the gloves off.
you can wash your hands at the end of the skill. It doesn't have to be immediate.
Okay.
You can remove your gloves, finish your skill, your closing, which we're gonna get to, and then wash your hands. So we're gonna end the skill with clean hands. Now, the reason for that is that, yes, things do get through those gloves. We know that. We found that out with balloons, right? Things do get through. But they're the patient's cooties. The gloves have reduced the amount of cooties, but it's the patient's cooties.
So you don't have to wash it.
So you don't have to wash your hands, but when you leave that patient environment, you have to have clean hands. Okay, good? Make sense? Okay. And then we have basin cleaning. Now, we just briefly went over this in class on Wednesday. I told you we'd be getting more into basin cleaning. But very briefly, we're going to empty the basin wherever it normally goes. So if you're dealing with saliva, where do you normally brush your teeth at? Yeah, I don't brush my teeth over the toilet, personally. It's a little strange. So do I need to dump this in the toilet? No, put it where it normally goes. Bathing water, that can go in the sink. Perfectly okay. Urine? Let's put that in the toilet. Right? Emesis or vomit, that needs to go in the toilet. So put it where it normally goes. Good? There's some videos out there, it just makes me laugh. There's some videos out there that tell you anything below the waist goes in the toilet. You can, yeah, I mean, you could put foot care water in the toilet, but you don't have to. It's just bathing water. Right? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So just put it where it normally goes. Nobody's grading you on it. So we're going to empty the basin in either the sink or the toilet, depending on where it normally goes. We're going to rinse that basin with running water, and then we're going to set it down. So we rinse it, dump that rinse water wherever it normally goes, set it down. Now, the reason is there is a step here that we aren't doing for the test. You can still see it here, but there's a step we aren't doing for the test, and that's disinfecting, spraying it with a spray. We aren't doing that for the test, okay? We're going to disinfect per facility policy. Every facility is going to have a different way of handling this. Some facilities are simply going to have you rinse it, dry it, and put it away, because that's the only patient that uses that basin. Some facilities will have you wash it with soap and water and put it away, because they're a little bit more into cleaning, cleanliness. Other facilities are going to have you disinfect. So we have to have one process that meets all of that. One way of doing something that we can just add in that spray when we need to, rather than learning a whole new way of doing this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we're gonna set it down in the sink, and if required, we would spray it with disinfectant spray. But for the test, we're not going to. But now that's been disinfected, we're gonna pick it up with a paper towel. We're gonna use paper towel to dry the inside and throw that away. Paper towel to dry the outside and throw that away. And then we're gonna get one more to open the drawer with. And then we'll store the basin wherever it normally gets stored. Does that make sense? Good. We're gonna see this again with hand and nail care, foot care, partial bed bath, peri care, and catheter care. You're gonna see this. Oh, and denture care. You're gonna see this again. Okay. And then we have the closing. Closing is always done at the end of every skill. And this, the closing, makes up about roughly a third of all of your checkpoints. So this, super important. There's 6 main C's to the closing. The first 4, we don't care about the order. Whatever order you want to put them in, all up to you. But give me one of those. What's one of the 4 C's that the order doesn't matter? Curtain.
Check your environment.
Okay, so clean environment.
All right.
Call light.
Comfort.
Comfort. They need to hear that word. Are you comfortable? And remember, it's not just physical, it's also emotional. So what are we going to offer?
Magazines.
A magazine. Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Would you like a magazine before I go? Your environment's clean. Here's your call light. Open the curtain. Are you comfortable? Once you get all of that stuff done, right? You're all done with those 4 C's, however you want to do them. And you're done with the patient environment. What are you going to do?
Wash your hands.
Clean your hands. Very good. And remember, it says end skill with clean hands. So if that's the end of our skill, that's the end. Good job. But if we have to document, we're going to do it after we wash our hands.
Wash your hands again.
But then we got to wash our hands again because checkpoint says
And
end skill with clean hands. Good? Make sense? All right.
No, suppose you don't remember what to document. Could you do it after you do the test on the person?
So for the tests, it's a very good question. And believe it or not, documentation gets missed a lot.
Yeah.
It does, because you're only going to have one documentation skill, right? So, and you'll be, your mind is racing during testing. So it actually happens quite a bit. So let's say that you're doing pulse. Remember we learned pulse on Wednesday? Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to take your pulse. Is that okay? Awesome. Let me go close your curtain, wash my hands. I'll be right back. So I wash my hands, I come back, find the pulse. And I look at the clock, I say start, count for 1 full minute, say stop. The evaluators switch places. And they tell me you can write that number down so you don't have to remember it. So I write that number down. And then I count with evaluator number 2, pick a starting point, count what I feel for 1 full minute, say stop. And then I'm in a hurry now because the end is in sight. And I thank you, Miss Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Environment looks clean. Are you comfortable? You want a magazine? Here's your call light, open curtain, wash my hands. Woo! My skill is
not done.
not done.
Right down there.
As long as you remember before you say my skill is done, you can go back and document. But if you get in a hurry and my skill is done, as soon as you say that, you are unable to make any further corrections. So this is why I recommend that you take that last step of reading the care plan. Because if you read that care plan and it says record on vital sign sheet, record it. I can think, oh, I didn't do that part. And then I would go record, wash my hands, and then tell them my skill is done. Good?
Are you taking the pulses back to back?
Yeah, now for the test, they do allow you to write down the first one before you count the second one, just because they know you're nervous. You're not even remembering your own name, much less several pulse readings. So they are going to let you, when they switch out, they let you write that down without washing your hands first, or just jot it down.
Right.
And then at the end of the skill, you're expected to document. Okay, but yeah, unfortunately, it's the one skill that we have to do twice, and it gets really confusing for students. But they're going to give you direction on that, because it does get confusing.
Does it state on the care plan to do it for 1 minute or do every time?
Yeah, so if you go to page 35, at the top, we're going to come back to 82 in a minute, but at the top of the page on 35, that is the care plan from the state exam. It says patient will be lying in bed for skill, take the patient's radial pulse measured at the wrist for 1 full minute.
So if it doesn't specify, is that when you set us?
Right, yeah,
Four?
Yep, if it doesn't specify 15 seconds, multiply that by 4 to get your full minute reading and you're done.
Okay.
Yeah, so not all care plans are going to say 1 full minute. Actually, a very, 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 very small percentage is going to say 1 full minute. They're not grading you on taking the pulse here. What are they grading you on? Time. In an indirect way, following
following
the care
instructions.
plan. Yeah, that's what they're grading you on. It's all about here. Here's a detail. Are you going to catch it? Are you going to catch it? Make sense?
So this thing will be on the care plan, we write the numbers.
That is the documentation form. Yeah. And if you turn in your book to page, I think it's 121. Those are the documentation forms. I told you I've done all the work for you. All you gotta do is stay reasonably awake. I mean,
It could be a
I
challenge
know.
on Sunday.
I know. It's Monday, I know. The program really is very, very easy to follow. The problem is because I make it so easy to follow, then some things kind of lose their importance. Like I give you all the care plans for the test. That's good for you, but it's also bad for you because you can hyper focus on that and forget that other care plans are going to say different things. That's why I have to keep reiterating that so that you understand that this is the care plan for this one patient in this one setting, this one time. Other pulse care plans will say something different. Okay, good. All right, so let's go to page 82. How do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan. Care plan at the top of the page here says provide hand and nail care to one hand. What if the patient has 2?
Follow the care plan.
Follow the care plan. Only says to do it on 1. That's all we're gonna do. For the test, this is a time saving matter. It just reduces the amount. If they watch you wash 1 hand, rinse 1 hand, dry 1 hand, clean under the nails, file the rough edges, and apply lotion, they don't need to see it on the other side. You've shown you know how. 1 hand is fine. For the test, it will not specify. You get to pick 1 hand. Just do 1 hand. Nobody cares which one. But the reason that it's left open is because let's say that you're going to be a patient for this, and she's going to do hand and nail care on 1 hand, but you just got a brand new little kitten and oh, it's absolutely adorable. And it was playing with you and you've got a great big scratch on your right hand now. Well, I'm going to instruct her to make sure that she washes the left hand. That's why it's open. Because we don't know who's going to be the patient for this. Could be any one of you. Make sense? All right, so it says the patient is sitting in a chair at the bedside and can move as directed. That's good. That means that, you know, we're just doing hand care. Just patient's fine. Nothing strange, weird, nothing we have to accommodate for. Just do hand care. This is a washing skill. So this is our first washing skill, but we have lots more. We have hand and nail care, foot care, partial bed bath, period care, and catheter care. So 5 total washing skills that we're going to learn. This is the first one. But with it is come a principle that we have to learn because it is a washing skill. So for this particular skill, how do I put this? So we learned all of these, or some of these principles on the back wall, right? We learned skill rules, we learned the opening, we learned barrier, we know when to wear gloves, we know when to use privacy blanket, we know how to clean a basin, we know how to do the posting, right? Those are all principles that we've learned already. It's only week 2. But this one, washing rules, is, I won't say the most important, they're all important. But this one, if you get a washing skill, do you see how many checkpoints there are? Those are all things you're graded on. So on washing skills, any washing skill, there's a whole lot of things that you are graded on. So this is something that we really have to learn. Remember, there's 5 washing skills. So chances are you are going to get a washing skill on the state exam. So these we really, really, really have to understand from beginning to end. Okay. So the first rule here is that the basins are no soap zones. Now, what does that mean? Well, when you get water to wash something on a body, you have to be able to wash and rinse. If you put soap in that water, you have no ability to rinse anymore. And what happens if we leave soap unrinsed on the skin? How could that affect the patient? Itches, yeah. It dries out the skin, it itches, it makes you kind of feel prickly. It's not comfortable, but it actually can dry the skin out to the point that it can crack and open, and now we've got an opening for pathogens. So basins are no soap zones. That's actually a really important checkpoint. You do not want to add water or soap to the water in the basin because we have to have water for rinsing. So where are we going to put the soap? Well, we're going to put it directly on the washcloth. We're going to get the washcloth wet. We're going to wring it out really good. Nobody likes drippy, wet washcloths, right? So wring it out really good, add the soap to the washcloth, and then we'll use that on the patient. Then we can use that water for rinsing. Does that make sense? Good? All right, so when we're going to get water for a patient to use, we do this after we do all of our supplies. So we did our opening, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to do hand and nail care. Is that okay? I'm going to pull the curtain, go wash my hands, get my supplies. I'll be right back. I go get a barrier first, put it on the table. I go get my supplies. For this, I need a basin, soap, lotion, orange stick, emery board, 2 washcloths, and a towel. Gloves. If they have an opening, skin opening, yes. If they don't, no. So I'm going to bring all of that over to the table, put it on the barrier that I've already got on the table. And now I have to go get my water. Is that sink, is that faucet clean?
No.
No, it's not. So if the faucet isn't clean, that gives me a problem because my hands are clean. I've washed them and all I've touched are clean items. So I need a paper towel between my hand and the faucet to turn it on. And I want to check the water temperature with the inside of my wrist, not the outside, the inside. So I'm going to put my wrist under the water and it should feel warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. Once I get water in the basin, then the patient has to check it. We're going to come back to that in a minute. Okay. So, because I've got a whole thing I got to explain to you about that. But I'm going to check it and then the patient is going to check it. For the purposes of the test, the evaluator will probably stick their finger in the basin to check the water temperature. They're not going to take your word for it. So what does the temperature need to be? Warm, not hot, not cold, just warm. We want to use the leaves method. I'm going to explain, so we're not going to talk about that right now. I'm going to explain that a little bit further next week. We're going to come back to the leaves method because we don't need that for this skill. And we want whatever we wash, we rinse, whatever we rinse, we dry. That just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? It's what you do in the shower. You get wet, you soap up, you rinse off, you get out, and you dry off. Oh, you wouldn't think about stepping out of the shower with soap on your skin and not rinsing. You wouldn't dream of that. It's part of the process. But it's your body, your consequences, so you really don't even think about it. You just do the steps. Well, the problem here is that when you're doing this on another person, it's easy to lose track of the steps. Really easy. And rinsing gets missed a lot on the state exam. So I want you to say in your mind when you're doing a washing skill, whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. I want you to get in the habit of saying that in your brain when you're doing these skills, these washing skills, because it will keep you on track, especially if you're washing a large area. You will forget either rinsing or drying if you don't have something to keep you on that track. So whatever I wash, I rinse. Whatever I rinse, I dry. Good? Don't get your surface wet. So we really want to wring out that washcloth really well so it's not all drippy. You want a barrier on the table so you're not getting water everywhere. You want to, if we're working on a patient in bed, you want to protect the linens with a towel or a chucks or something to keep the environment dry. Don't get your surface wet. And then if we're going to apply lotion, we're going to warm it up in our hands first, put it on, and then wipe off the excess because the skin can only absorb so much. So after a couple of seconds, whatever's left just lays on the surface of the skin. It doesn't absorb in. And if I go to pick up a cup of hot coffee and I've got lotion all on the surface of my skin, what could happen? Yeah, so now we're back to that safety and security thing, right? So are you starting to realize that we do way more in safety security than we think we do? That's what a lot of these rules are all about, safety and security. All right, so we're going to warm the lotion up before we put it on and then wipe off the excess. So these are the rules that are going to dictate how we do washing skills. And there's a lot of rules, so that means there's a lot of steps involved in this. So let me explain to you why the patient has to check the water temperature. And this has to do with the changes of aging. Have you ever seen an older person's arm, like a really older person?
Yeah.
Right? It looks like skin over bone, and you see these big veins right underneath the skin. Right. Well, mine doesn't look. It's starting to. I'm getting older. Mine doesn't look like that. I'll be able to use me as an example soon. Look at that. Mine doesn't look like that because I've got a layer of fat between my skin and the underlying structures, the blood vessels and the bones and the muscles and all of that. I've got a layer of fat there, and we all do. that layer of fat actually is super important. Way more important than you think it is. And even skinny people have a layer of fat there. Now, why is that important? Well, does anybody know what normal body temperature is?
98.6.
Okay, so we usually give a range, so like 97.6 to 99.6, somewhere in there, but let's just simplify it and call it 98.6 right in the middle, right? So your body runs at 98.6. It is so important to keep your body at that temperature that if you get down to 93, you die. 95 is hypothermia. So 98.6, I mean, that's hot, guys. You walked outside and it was 98.6 degrees outside, what would you say? It's hot. Now it does get there, sometimes in Florida, but that's hot. We don't like that. That's hot. And yet your bodies run at 98.6 degrees. Now, the principle that you need to understand here is that room temperature always wins. Room temperature always wins. If you have ice cream, where do we store ice cream at? Because it has to be cold. If it's not cold, it melts, right? So you take a half-gallon of ice cream out of the freezer and put it on your counter at room temperature. What happens to ice cream? Within like a half hour, right? Room temperature always wins. Always. Take a pie out of the oven. Pie is hot. Probably somewhere around the 250 range. Put that pie on your counter at room temperature, and what does it do? Cools down. Room temperature always wins. Are you starting to see that? Room temperature will heat up cool things and cool down hot things. Room temperature always wins. What do you think room temperature is in here right now? Roughly.
75.
Okay, we'll use 75 because it's an easy number to work with, right? So let's say that our room temperature is about 75 degrees. How hot are you right now?
98.6.
98.6, and room temperature always wins. That means that the room temperature right now is trying to reduce your temperature to 75 degrees. And room temperature always wins. So that means your body is having to work super, super hard to keep you at 98.6 degrees. You guys seeing that? It's just physics. Simple 5th grade physics. I love that show. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? No. Apparently 5th grade was like pivotal. Like everything you needed to learn in life is in 5th grade and then you forgot all of it, right? So room temperature always wins. Our body is at 98.6 degrees. Room temperature is trying to pull it down to whatever room temperature is. And you get into a 98.6 degree room and you're going to say it's too hot, right? We need the AC. It's way too hot in here. So that means that your body has to work to maintain that 98.6 degree temperature. And guys, this is why you burn calories. Burning calories, burn creates heat. That is how you maintain 98.6 degrees. And you do it right in here. This is kind of your body's furnace. Now, luckily for you, you have a layer of fat that helps keep some of that heat inside. And that way your body doesn't have to work quite so hard because a lot of that heat isn't radiating away. Everybody with me?
Yeah.
But what do you think is going to happen when you lose that layer of fat? What happens to that body heat that you're creating? Yeah, it radiates away. You don't have the ability to keep it inside anymore. That means your body has to work that much harder to generate more heat to make up for the heat that we lost. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. But that layer of fat also keeps out external temperatures. Think of it like a wetsuit. So if it's really, really cold in this room, remember room temperature always wins, right? That cold's trying to cool me down. Well, that layer of fat helps block the effects of some of that cold. Without that layer of fat, I'm going to feel that cold a lot more acutely. Have you ever heard an older person say, I can't live up north anymore, I can't tolerate the cold? That is why. They truly can't. They don't have that protective mechanism that keeps that cold out and keeps their body heat in. This is also why a lot of older people tend to be cold in situations that you are not. So if their body heat is radiating out, right, they aren't capturing it, keeping it inside, then that 75-degree room, which might be comfortable for you, can feel very cold to them because they don't have any way of holding that body temperature. Does that make sense? This is why you walk into grandma's house, it's like 82 degrees and you're like, oh, Graham, let's turn that AC on. And they're like, oh no, hon, it's fine. No problem. Or you walk into a facility and you see all these little old ladies sitting in wheelchairs lining the hallways and they all have sweaters on. And you're like, it is not that cold in here, but it is to them because they don't have the same protective mechanisms that you do. Does that make sense? So we have to understand that this is going to impact how they perceive water temperature as well. So something that might be comfortable for me, I put my hand under the water, it felt warm, not hot, not cold, perfectly okay. I take it over to the patient, they check it and they go, oh no, it's way too hot. I'm not going to argue with them. That's their perception of the water. I'm doing this to help them. It's not help if it's not helping. So I'm going to go cool the water down for them. Make sense? This is a vital checkpoint. The test thinks that this subject is so important. Having the patient check that water temperature is so important that they've weighted it significantly. If you don't ask the patient to check water temperature, it will impact your score. Good? Okay. So where our skin would look something like this, your patient's skin is going to look something like this if they're elderly. And you can see that layer of fat is very decreased. All right, any questions on that?
What if the patient is unable to test the water?
Then you really want to, I'm going to take that on a case-by-case basis. It's hard for me to give you one answer that would cover absolutely everything, but you would just want extra special care to make sure that you're not using water that could burn the patient. The other issue here, this kind of makes me laugh. Everybody has different preferences when it comes to water temperature.
Yeah.
Me, when I'm in the shower, I want it hot enough to remove skin, right? I like as hot as I can get it. Now, my husband, on the other hand, he likes cool because he works outside. He gets his hot outside, right? So he likes his showers cool. To me, that's cold. I don't like that. That's not relaxing. I want it hot. So our temperature preferences are way different. Your patient may have a different temperature preference than you do. So certainly asking them would be appropriate, right? You like your water a little cooler or a little warmer? I go to a salon and my stylist is awesome. She asks every time, do you like your water on the cooler or warmer side? Because she knows that everybody has different preferences, right? We have to keep that in mind. So that's part of this too, is understanding the preference. But if your patient isn't able to verbalize or to have any awareness, you're going to want to make sure that from a safety standpoint, your water is safe for them. Good. Questions? All right, so our important points for this skill, these are the checkpoints. So we're going to do read our care plan. We're going to do our opening. We're going to get our barrier. We're going to decide if we need gloves. We're going to get our water, check it. We'll let the patient check it. We're going to wash, rinse, dry. We're going to warm up the lotion and wipe off the excess. We're going to do our clothes, clean our basin the way we clean everything else. We're going to do our closing. We're going to do all of those things. But this is in addition to that. Okay. So these are skill specific. You're going to see some of them repeated here, but these are skill specific. So we want to support the wrist and arm at all times. So you don't just want to pick somebody's hand up and plop it down in the water, right? You want to support it. And when we lift in general for nursing, we lift from below with a flat palm, never from above, because we don't want to dig in, right? So it's best to lift from below. If you do lift from above, you want to make sure that you're very lightly guided, right? We want to soak the hand in water. For the test, you don't have to soak for any particular amount of time. In a clinical setting, 2 to 4 minutes is good. That just loosens up any debris that's underneath the nails that we're going to be cleaning out. Of course, you're going to wash, rinse, dry. That's part of our washing rules. We're going to place the hand on the towel when we go to clean under the nails. Now, for the test, hand and nail care is okay. So for the test, hand and nail care consists of washing, rinsing, drying the hand, cleaning under the nails, filing the rough edges, and applying lotion. That's hand and nail care. That's it. You can do it on one. It's a mini mani, guys. Super easy. But when we clean under the nail, we want the hand supported on a towel. You don't just want the patient holding it in midair. And you don't want it on the hard table surface. So that's where that towel is going to be important, just kind of have it on the towel. And when we clean, we're going to use an orange stick. Now, an orange stick has a pointy end and it has a slanted end. We want to use the slanted end. We're going to put it underneath the nail, circle it around to get any debris, and then we're going to wipe it on that towel. Because you don't want debris from this nail going under this one. So we're going to put it under the nail, circle it around, wipe it on the towel. Under the nail, circle it around, wipe it on the towel. Under the nail, circle around, wipe it on the towel. Under the nail, circle around, wipe it on the towel. We're done with this now. Now we're going to file the rough edges. Now we're not going to file the way you file. Because as we age, one of the other changes of aging is that the nails can become very brittle. And if you seesaw across a brittle nail, you can actually split it right up the middle. So you don't want to take this and do what we do. You don't want to do this because that can crack the nail. You want to file in one direction toward the center of the nail. So I would go on this side, one direction. On this side, one direction, and then flat across. If there's a tip there. Okay, good. These two are single use. So when you're done with them, you're going to throw them away. Questions? The basin, we're going to clean like we clean everything else. But before we do that, we're going to lotion the hand. When you lotion, you're going to warm it up in your hands, to squirt a little bit in your hand, warm it up, apply the lotion to all surfaces, and then you're going to take the towel and wipe off the excess. Okay. So that's what this is telling us. We want to use the beveled edge to clean under the nails. We're going to wipe the orange stick between the nails. You're going to use the emery board to file in one direction towards center, and we're going to apply lotion last.
Suppose those see no excess lotion. We can massage it in.
Still run the towel over it. That's a safety concern. Just because you don't see the lotion doesn't mean that the hand isn't slippery. So run the towel over it. Good?
The whole hand or just the palm?
Whole hand. Whole hand. All right, so your step-by-step instructions are there on page 82. You can see that this is 22 steps. It sounds worse than it is. It's not that bad. If you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill within 11 minutes. Somebody with your level of experience. It does not take 11 minutes to wash one hand. So they give you plenty of time to do this. Questions? This is our first washing skill. You're going to see a lot of these steps repeated. Foot care is hand and nail care, but done on the foot, except we don't file or clean toenails. We don't do toenails. We never trim toenails. Fingernail clippers, toenail trimmers are advanced pieces of medical machinery we're not allowed to touch.
No matter how much they beg.
No, not our job. We need to notify the nurse. And the nurse, most facilities have a podiatrist that comes in. We're going to talk about that when we get to foot care, and they'll do toenails. If you file on a regular basis, if you're doing hand and nail care once or twice a week and you're filing those nails on a regular basis, you never ever have to trim them because you're keeping them short with filing rather than trimming. Okay. All right. Any questions on that? Okay, let me,
Real patient, you do one hand first and you put your hand in the water.
for the test, we're only doing one hand. In a clinical setting, if you're going to do two, you can do them both at the same time, or you could do them individually, one after the other. It's up to, it really depends on how big your basin is. Yeah. Okay. One other thing, when you're the patient for these skills, and if you look at the bottom of page 82, you'll see that this is going to be done on a live testing student. So you might be a patient for this. Now, when you're the patient for these skills, you are going to receive a script to follow. They're going to tell you what's expected of you. You are going to be pleasant and cooperative. You are not trying to make this difficult on the person that's performing the skill. So be pleasant and cooperative. Okay. So let me show you this particular one. I'm going to show you, this has good close-ups. See here. Remember, all of these videos are available for you on the website. And I'm getting ready to redo the website. I've been working on it all week or all weekend. And so my main website is going to actually be a little bit easier to get to these videos and some other things. So over the next couple weeks, you'll see some changes on there. So this took 6 minutes and 32 seconds for the entire video.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Wonderful. I need to do hand and nail care on one hand. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain for privacy. Let me go wash my hands and then I'll gather my supplies.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna start with the barrier, so I'll place the barrier on the table, and that will give me a place to set your clean supplies. And then I'm going to gather a basin, soap, and lotion. An orange stick and emery board. Two washcloths. And a towel. I'm gonna go get some water in the basin.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones, would you like to check the water temperature, make sure it's okay? Is it good?
Yes,
Okay, you can submerge your hand in there if you like,
okay,
and I'll bring that tray a little bit closer to you. Thank you. Is that comfortable?
Yeah.
I'm gonna place the washcloths in here, and we'll wet one of the washcloths and use it to get your hand wet. Now I'm gonna place your hand over here on the towel. Apply soap to the washcloth. And now I'm gonna wash all surfaces of your hand, including in between the fingers, in this area between the thumb and the forefinger. You're gonna turn your hand over now and wash the palm of your hand. Now we're gonna place your hand back in the basin to rinse. Okay, I'm gonna bring your hand over here to dry. I'm gonna dry between the fingers. And then we turn your hand over and dry the palm of the hand as well. Okay. Now we'll take the orange stick and I'm gonna clean under each nail. Just cleaning the edge. Does that hurt?
no,
We'll wipe the orange stick on a towel in between each finger. And now I'm going to file any rough edges. So I'll file from the outer edge to the middle. Checking each nail for any rough edges. And now we can apply lotion. So I'll get a little lotion, warm it up in my hands. And apply it to all surfaces of the hand. Feel good?
yes.
Very good. Okay, now we'll wipe off the lotion. How's that?
Great,
Wonderful. I'm going to place my soiled linens in dirty linen container and then clean up my workspace. I'll be right back.
okay.
Okay, on the way, we'll pick up the soap and lotion and place them in the basin. We'll use the paper towel to open the drawer, lay the base in. These items will get thrown away. Okay, Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am,
Can I offer you a magazine?
no, ma'am,
Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
no, thank you.
Okay, your call line is right there. Please use it to call me if you have a need. I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll review the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay. I don't think my sound was on earlier. All right, so any questions on that?
I did have one question. really
Yes.
quick. So like in the clinic or hospital setting, if you have to do both hands, do you double up on the towels and the?
You can use, well, you can't reuse a soapy washcloth because it's gonna get cold.
Mhm.
You know, and you can't put it back in the basin to keep warm because then that would make your rinse water
Right.
all soapy.
Yeah.
So soapy washcloths can't be reused.
Right.
Rinsing ones can though.
Okay.
That's okay. You can, the rinsing one can go in the basin. It's gonna give a little bit of soap, but not much, right? Not like a soapy washcloth would. So it really depends. And that's why it was hard to get an answer earlier when she asked, because I'm not going to treat all patients exactly the same. If I'm working with a dementia patient that I need to be really slow with because they're very skittish and not really understanding what I'm gonna do them separate because the water is gonna cool down. It's not gonna be comfortable anymore. So I would do one, go get some new water and do the other one.
Okay.
Now, if I've got somebody who's combative, I probably wanna get this done as quick as possible. So I'm gonna probably do both of them at the same time. So it really depends on the needs of the patient and who we're working with as to how I would handle that. Okay. Unfortunately, when we're dealing with people, there's no one size fits all answer that will work. And that's why I usually, when you ask me a question about something specific, I'll usually say it depends. Because people are varied. We'll put it that way. They're varied. So it's hard to give you one answer that would work in all circumstances. And we need to understand that's why care plans exist, because people are very varied. Good. Any other questions? Great question. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. And when we get back, we're gonna get into making an occupied bed and respirations, and then finally we'll do blood pressure at toward the end of the class today. So go ahead and take your break, come back at 11.
One outside for, right?
Yeah, I think they did. Well, that's for a little while, but. I was trying to stay awake.
You want to sleep?
I've been working every day. but,
You do the finish, you work at a finish?
Yes and no, I don't have a title, but. Go to work. I
You
spend,
work at a private home?
now I am.
I need a job,
Oh, do you? Home instead,
huh?
home instead, you don't have to be a CNA. They'll
I
pay-
need one, you know what I mean?
Yeah, home instead.
There it is.
On,
Let me just set it.
okay. Yeah, if you go up north, no. You go 19, you head north, it's 2 or 3 lights down,
Home?
that's Forest Oaks.
Oh, what?
Home instead.
Instead, INSTEAD.
And there's their address. And their phone number.
Well, I'm just going, so if I need one right now.
They go away. It sounds like you've got experience doing care.
Yeah, when I'm in Jamaica,
Yeah.
I do a lot of that. I do a lot of care for the whole elderly. When I'm
Oh,
in
they'll love
Jamaica.
you.
But because I didn't get the skill itself, but I did a lot.
Yeah, they don't require you to be a CNA,
Yeah.
so you could start right away. You know, they have to do background check and all, but, if you wanna go like hospital, does that pay more money? I mean, they don't pay bad.
Well, I'm kind of work on there.
I had experience,
Mm.
so I started out a little bit more. But they would probably, it could be anywhere from 10 to 12, I don't know.
Okay. But I do something.
This requires you to go to people's homes.
You're right, that people's home. My daughter, my daughter is in the same, you know,
Oh, okay.
but she climbing,
Yeah.
so she work at a private home. She look after the boy. But I would look, I love to look after somebody that is not bedridden. Written, you understand?
Yeah,
I can do bed boards and all those things, you know.
yeah. Let's see, I've got, I've had a couple people that want, and then I have, one lady I do right now, even though she is in the bed, she's been getting stronger, so she's been getting out of bed.
Yeah.
And her, daughters are there to help. But, I've had a lot of people that want bed bound.
I'm not driving it yet, but it might fun a lot. If you have the time, you will take me. Okay, I'm gonna call this number.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. I like them because they handle taxes and all that stuff. Some of the other places you have to be, an independent contractor, you have to do your own taxes. Also, Phil, if something happens, you can't, you're taking the person, that person, depends on you, you can't make it go get somebody else.
Was it on uniform?
No, they do have shirts if you want them, but they don't require. Yeah. Don't tell them I'm here. I won't tell them.
I will do that.
No, like you said, let's see, I've been there, a couple of years and then I took 6 months off because I was trying to get some things done. So, but one of my friends had worked at hospice and hospice pays more, but they require a CNA. So,
But you're not there anymore.
oh, I'm still there. That's why I said, don't tell them.
You work in a facility?
I did work in Atria for 10 years in the dementia unit.
Oh, okay. Where is that?
It's now Vitality. It's off of 50, kind of 50 and Mariner. It's back in here.
I work in Inverness.
Oh, that's quite a drive.
I'm not working
Right.
right now.
Like from here, I have work at 2 to 10
Oh,
Where you work?
wow.
Inverness.
Yeah, Vitality, I think, is hiring if you wanna. It's,
But I live in Hamasasa.
oh, okay, you live in Homestead, so that's different. Yeah, but
So I still
again,
look like
From
5 minutes drive from there
Yeah.
to the.
You know Ainsworth Avenue?
I know what avenue?
Ainsworth.
Anford?
When I look at this very, I live very big, and I just come across the bridge coming from, like a company coming.
Yeah. That's a bit of a drive.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you can find places in that area.
Oh, where this is not this area?
That is this area,
Mhm.
but Homestead is they have openings in every county.
Mhm.
They have offices in every county. So,
What is it called? We'll find out.
yeah, Homestead, yeah.
My daughter, she works back in Tampa, where we're from. But she's right, so she can read her, but she takes the night shift.
Yeah. And they do have my age.
I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it's, like I said, I like,
I came here from the 21st of December. I'm not working.
oh, yeah, that's
When I
fine.
was in Tampa, I was working at public. And I used to keep my young kids busy. But no one here, you know. Okay.
Yeah,
Every public back track. There's a daily school, daily school.
oh, wow, yeah. So, a hard one to take. Yeah, these, like I said, I was in a couple of years, I haven't really, sometimes they get down people, but most of the time, they don't. They have to be able to, for the most part, have to be able to, you know, like help assist. So, I don't know, I prefer working with them. I mean, I worked in a facility and that was good, but after a while, the politics, I was like, you guys don't know what you're doing. And you don't know what we're doing, and I'm just tired of playing this game. So I went with them. So. And they're actually nice to their people. They're glad you're working for them.
Yeah.
Whereas some of the places you're just another place, you know. That's another person to hold the spot.
Então, até vou ver ele também, então. Fica na família. Ele praticar.
What you do here?
When I was in Jamaica, I used to have 4 day care. I can't take care of a patient, that to be in a movie.
Okay. Homestead, they try to keep you as the same person. They might give you 2 or 3 different people, because not everybody wants all day. And it's usually, 2 to 4 hour block, sometimes more. And sometimes, you can do over, sometimes you can do an 8 hour shift or 12 hours.
But I wanted to be able to fix it, all right? I was glad. I have to give enough time to bring me and get me.
Yeah. Let them know. Yeah, and so that way they can put you people that need a longer. So I've known people that have done, like 8 hour shifts every day, 5 days.
Maybe even check on.
I would like that one.
Yeah.
I guess I have the stuff that I can show that.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, no,
A person who's good.
Yeah, it's whenever.
I've heard my that's for about 10 years. So, that whole thing. So I do the pickups.
Yeah.
Or somebody call down on somebody. I'm just gonna Yeah, you can just tell them if you're gonna move somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't broken them. I told them I was taking classes, I just told them I was taking vegan classes.
I'll pay. I met a friend. Her name is Bulan. I don't have to tell them where.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll make you. In the supermarket.
Yeah, there you go. And you, saw my shirt. So,
Yeah, I have.
yeah. This person, I'll have to tell them. Like I said, because she's my friend and she knows I won't say no. Sorry. I haven't told her.
I met this lady. And I like to help her. She said to me, I'm looking for what I found. You know why? She's on the bundle.
Who's number one?
Bundle.
Oh.
She's a Jamaican. And she lived in something up there. And I saw her one morning, I was on and her raising the. And from the back I know.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, let me get that for you.
It's all right. She's telling me she's here. What's coming, she'll be here for 1 year now. And she's being funded and she tells the story. I never really saw me and I'm coming to that in the again.
Oh.
Testing 1, 2, okay, now looks like my mic is working. Okay. So the next skill we're going to do is on page 100. How do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan.
So this care plan says change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase while the resident remains in bed. Resident can roll and move as directed, but get out of bed. A bedspread, blanket, draw sheet, or underpad is not required for this skill. So let's take this a little bit at a time. It seems like a pretty easy care plan on the surface, but there's a little bit more that we need to discuss with it. So it says to change the top sheet, bottom sheet, and pillowcase. It also tells us we don't need a bedspread, a draw sheet, or any of the other stuff. This is simply bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase, end of discussion. They're making this easy on you for the test. They really are. They're making this as easy as it can get. Now, in a perfect world, if your patient can get out of bed, that's when you should be changing the sheets. If they're out of bed in the shower room or in the dining room or for a medical test or whatever, if they are out of the bed, you should look at that bed with suspicion, like, does it need to be changed? Because I can change an unoccupied bed in about 20% of the time it takes me to change an occupied one. But it also has to do not just with my resources, but with the patient's resources as well, because rolling back and forth takes energy, and our patient needs that energy for healing. So whenever possible, change the bed when nobody's in it. But it's not always possible, which is why we need to learn how to do this skill. So this skill just says top sheet, bottom sheet, pillowcase. That's all we need here. It also tells us the patient can roll and move as directed. That's easy. You just tell them what you want them to do and they do it. Awesome. Wonderful. It doesn't always work that way. If you are changing an occupied bed, sometimes your patients aren't going to be able to roll and move as directed, in which case you're going to have to move them in the bed. And that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about with this particular skill, okay, is how to do this safely. Changing the bed, that's super easy. You're just changing it a half at a time. That's it. There's no mystery here. The mystery is how to keep your patient from falling on the floor while you're changing the bed. And that's what we're really going to focus on with this particular skill. So the principle that we're going to learn here is that clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. Just kind of keep that in mind. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. In order to understand this particular skill, we're going to learn a whole new principle called linen rules. So there. Notice we're almost done, guys, with the back wall. All we have left is scoot and roll, which we're about to talk about in just a few minutes, and shoe rules, which we'll get to on Wednesday. So by the time you're half done with the class, you will have memorized everything up there, like I told you the first day, and it wasn't going to be all that hard to do. You should now be able to recite most of these, and we're going to go through them again and again and again and again. So by the time I'm done with you in 4 weeks, you're going to know these just like you know your name. Okay. So we already know some of this. I've kind of touched on quite a few of these as we've gone through, but we know that the linens cannot touch our uniform. Why is that? Yeah, uniform's not clean. We know we have to have clean hands to get linens. We've talked about that with the opening, with barrier and supplies. We know that we can't shake or snap linens. We learned about that with privacy blanket. So far, these are kind of repeats. We're just reusing them. We're going to learn clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away, right? Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. This is going to make more sense when I show it to you, but I want you to learn that. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. We don't want anything to touch the floor. Now, floor, housekeeping does an awesome job. I am not in any way, shape, or form disparaging housekeeping. They do an awesome job. But lots of people walk in this facility and they bring stuff in from outside. Their homes, their cars, the walkways, grocery store. I mean, we go everywhere with our shoes. And then we come in here with those shoes and we walk around with those shoes. And it's not necessarily a clean environment once we're done walking on it. So you don't want clean things to touch the ground and then be used on the patient. But just like that's important, you also don't want dirty things to touch the ground, transfer patient pathogens onto that ground where you're going to walk and transfer those all throughout the facility and in your car and in your home. You have to remember that your shoes are the one thing that goes with you everywhere. And it's really easy for us to pick things up on our shoes. Okay. So nothing should touch the ground, not clean, not dirty, nothing but shoes. Good. Questions so far? But if we take that a little bit further, well, wait a minute, if nothing can touch the ground, where do the sheets go? Because at home, when I strip my bed, those sheets go off the bed and onto the floor. Yeah, that's where they go. So wait a minute, you're telling me I can't do that. So what do I do? Well, okay. So we have hampers that look just beyond that curtain there. Let me turn the things so that our people at home can play along. Whoops, wrong way. All right, so over here on the other side of the privacy curtain, right here, is a dirty linen hamper, this thing. These are usually kept in the hallways of facilities. We don't keep these in the rooms because we don't like keeping dirty things in patient rooms. So this is usually in the hallway. In some places, it'll actually be in a very special room called a soiled utility room. We don't even keep it in the hallways. We put it in a dirty room. So dirty things go in the dirty room. Well, the problem is when you are taking the sheets off of this bed, you're not going to want to walk them all the way down the hallway to a room to put them in a hamper somewhere. It's just not feasible. So we can't bring this into the room and we can't put stuff on the floor. So what are we supposed to do with it? Well, for the test, they make this super easy. You have a laundry basket like this at the end of the bed. That's where you're going to put your linens. They're going to make this super easy for you on the state exam. Just put your linens in the basket and call it a day. But in a clinical setting, you're not going to have a basket. You're not going to have a hamper. We have to know what to do. Now, every facility is going to handle this just a little bit differently. This is where your policy and procedure manual is going to come in. But in general, you're going to have bags in the soiled utility room, and they're actually stamped. They're light blue bags in most cases, and they're actually stamped soiled linens right on the bag. Now, these soiled linen bags are what you're going to take into the room with you. You'll open them up and you can put that bag on the floor. That's okay. Linens go in the bag. The bag goes in the hamper when you're done. But that bag is kind of unique. In a lot of settings, not all, but a lot of settings, that bag is like the original Tide Pod. You know what Tide Pods are? You know, the little packets that you drop into the washing machine,
Yeah.
right? And that way you don't have to measure out. You just drop these little packets in, right? And they melt in the water and distribute the soap. Well, long before we had Tide Pods, we actually had that same concept in these bags. The bags themselves are water soluble and contain the soap, the industrial soap that's used in commercial cleaning. So when you take linens off the bed, you roll them up in a ball because we don't like trailing edges to contaminate other surfaces. So we roll these things up in the ball and we put them in the bag. Nobody is going to take them out of the bag. The whole bag goes into the washer. So if there's hearing aids in there, nobody's going to find them. If there's dentures in there, nobody's going to know about it. If there's cell phones in there, they're going to get washed. So we have to be super careful when we're doing this skill that we make sure that any foreign objects that might be in that bed are removed before we wind those sheets up and put them in these dirty linen bags. Does that make sense? Okay. You know, years and years ago, before they started doing this, one of the most hazardous positions in the hospital was in the laundry room. One of the most hazardous positions. They resulted in way more needle sticks than nurses. And that's because, you know, needles are very, very small things. They're not always easily visible. So they would, you know, needles would end up in the sheets, and laundry would go to shake the sheets out to put them in the laundry room, and they would end up getting stuck. Can you imagine? I mean, this is like a minimum wage job at best. And you've got a super high percentage, you know, super high risk of getting stuck with, I mean, how horrible is that? So they had to come up with another way. And because of that, we are responsible for making sure that there's no foreign objects in those sheets as we bundle them up. So make sure you're watching. That could be a written test question. Okay. Good. Okay. All right. So for the test, you're going to have a basket at the end of the bed. Everything just goes in the basket, easy peasy. For the clinical setting, you're going to go get a bag, open it up, and you can put it on. You can put it on the floor, or you can put it on a chucks on the floor. Either way is fine. And then you're going to put your linens in that. Good. Okay. Anything that we take that we don't use, we have to put in dirty linen. And this will be a test question. Will be, not might, will. They have to test you on this somehow. So it shows up on the state exam. So anything that we don't use. So let's say that we are doing making an occupied bed, and we take 2 pillowcases. Patient's only got 1 pillow. So we've got this extra pillowcase. You can't leave it in the room till later, because once it's out of our sight, we can't consider it clean. We have no idea what happened to that pillowcase. It could have been used to wipe up coffee off the floor. The patient's wife could have come in and sat on it in the chair. You know, all kinds of stuff can happen to that pillowcase once it's out of our sight. So this is a use it or lose it situation. You take what you need, but you use what you take. And if you don't use it, it goes into dirty linen. So that means if you're thinking this through, that means you have to learn what supplies you need for each skill. They're not grading you on, did you get the right number of washcloths? There's no checkpoint that says that, but they are grading you on what you do with the supplies. So if you have extra supplies left over and you leave them in the room, that's a checkpoint. They have to go in dirty linen. They can't go back on the clean supply shelf, because once you remove them, you've touched them. They can't go back on clean supply. So this is one of those situations where you take what you need, but you have to use what you take. If you don't use it, you must discard it. Good. Questions? So that's on linen rules. So far, just to recap, we've learned skill rules, the opening, barrier, glove rules, privacy blanket, linen rules, washing rules, basin cleaning, and closing. All that's left is scoot and roll, which we're going to touch on right now. We're going to get into a little bit deeper on a Wednesday, and shoe rules. And again, we're going to get to that a little bit later on in the program. But these checkpoints or these principles, every one of them correspond to a checkpoint on a testing checklist somewhere, which is why you need to know them. But more importantly, they correlate to an action that makes your patient cares for your patient properly or makes them feel safe and secure? Good. Okay. So here are the checkpoints for this particular skill. When we're changing the bottom sheet, remember I said we're going to change the bed a half at a time, right? When we're changing that bottom sheet, we want the patient to be taking up as little of the bed as possible. If we're laying on our back, we're taking up a lot of space. If we're laying on our side, we take up less space. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So that means that when we change that bottom sheet and we want the patient to take up less space, we want them to be on their side while we're changing that bottom sheet. The problem is that if I just put somebody on their side, they're likely to fall off the bed. Let me show you. Too many remotes. Okay, so let's look at this lady here. If I just turn her on, now, granted, we would have a privacy blanket and all that. I'm just going to uncover her to show you this particular step that I'm talking about, right? So if I'm just going to turn her on her side, where does that position her? Really close to the edge of the bed, really close. This is not safe. It's not safe for her. It's not safe for me. And notice how far I have to stretch. If she starts to roll off this bed, there is no way in the world that I would be able to stop that from happening because I'm way over here. Good. So when we're going to turn a patient onto their side, there's another step we have to take. So in order to illustrate that, I need a volunteer, a live person, to go over and lay in that bed for me. Just somebody. All you got to do is lay in bed. This is super easy. Just lay in bed on your back, please. Just lay on top. Okay, so she lay down in bed. But did you, yeah, it's super comfy, isn't it? But did you notice where she positioned herself? Now she knows she's not going to stay in bed. She's temporary, but she didn't put herself on the edge of the bed. Where'd she put herself? In the middle. I didn't tell her to do that. If you go back and watch, I just said, lay on your back. I did not tell her to get in the middle of the bed. Why did she do that? Yeah, she did it unconsciously. She tried to make herself safe because she feels most comfortable in the middle of the bed. Now, can I get you to roll so you're facing that well for me? Oh, do you feel safe? Okay, come on back. Okay, now roll over like you would at home. How would you roll on your side at home? Ah, there it is. So scoot and roll. Now she's in the middle of the bed, even though she's on her side, right? People do this without being conscious about it. You can have a seat. Thank you. People do take this action without even being conscious that they're doing it. When you roll over in bed, chances are you aren't just rolling, you are scooting or shifting as you roll. And what that does is it keeps you in the center of the bed, even though you are on your side. Now, if we're going to do that for this particular skill, it says patient on side in middle of bed. That means that we're going to have them scoot toward us first and then roll so that they're facing away from us. We never have somebody roll toward us. Now, that's because of weight distribution and also impropriety. But let's talk about weight distribution. Let me turn this a little bit more. Let's look at this mannequin again. I always did that backwards. Okay, so weight distribution. So if I know I got a scooter toward me first, so Miss Jones, we're going to scoot toward me and I'm going to roll you up on your side. 1, 2, 3. Okay, patient's in the middle of the bed. That's fine. But most of their weight is along the back side. Gravity will always pull somebody back onto their back. Okay, so when a patient's on their side, gravity's trying to pull them onto their back. Well, if I'm standing here, that's where the weight distribution is. I have more control over the patient. If I turn the patient toward me like this, and well, so they're in the middle of the bed, their weight is over here. So if their body is trying to pull themselves, back onto their back, I have less control over that. That's going to cause me to reach and stretch and lose control. So this isn't safe for a patient. When you turn a patient, you scoot toward me and roll away. That way your patient is always rolling away from you. You're behind the patient where the greatest weight distribution is. Good? Make sense? Now, the other reason that you don't turn a patient toward you, there's no easy way to say this, guys. You do not want a patient's face eye level with your crotch. It's that simple. When you roll somebody towards you, that's exactly what you're doing. And if they have been the victim of any sort of sexual trauma in their life, this will trigger it. So we don't want to put our patients in that position. Make sense? So we're going to, in order to meet this checkpoint, we're going to scoot the patient toward us and roll them away from us so that they're in the middle of the bed while we're changing that bottom sheet. We're going to unhook the bottom sheet and roll it toward the patient because dirty rolls away. Then we're going to bring the new sheet on and roll it toward me. And we'll tuck the new sheet under the dirty sheet. So the only parts that are touching are the undersides of each sheet. Let me show you how this works. Where's my other one? I used to have a different colored washcloth for this. I don't know what happened. Okay. So let's say that we have a dirty sheet and we have those are the socks. Yeah. That's about the color of my other one. I'll have to find, I think I took it home to wash it actually. All right. So if we have a dirty sheet here and a clean sheet here, so let me just show you how this works, right? Clean. Well, let's do it this way. Okay. Clean rolls toward me. So that means the underside is what's facing up. Dirty rolls away. So that means the underside is what's facing up. So we'll put this one under that one. You do not have a direct transfer. I want to say that again, not have a direct transfer. Students get all wrapped up in this way too much. Guys, the patient is still in the bed. It doesn't matter if the sheets touch. Your patient who made that sheet dirty is still in the bed. This is not a sterile procedure. People try to make this sterile. What about the pillowcase? Doesn't matter. The patient who is dirtier than the pillowcase is still in the bed. They're touching everything. That pillowcase is fine. Okay. Don't overthink this. All we're trying to do is prevent direct transfer. Now, a question I get asked a lot is, what happens if that soiled sheet is like wet all the way through? What do you do then? Well, the process is still the same. We're going to roll that dirty one away from us, as ick. And then I would take a chuck, something waterproof, and put it along that roll, wrap it around that roll. And now I can take my main one and put it right under, and we do not have a direct transfer of pathogens. Good. Now remember, this care plan just told us bottom sheet, top sheet, pillowcase, easy peasy. But what if I needed to put a chucks on the bed or a draw sheet on the bed? Well, this clean one, I would lay over the patient, put everything else that I would need, my draw sheet or my chucks, and we would just roll it all up together so it becomes one. Good. You're going to have to roll this stuff pretty tight to make it work. Otherwise, you end up like this roll under the patient that's hard to position. So you really want to try to tuck this as tight as you can on these rolls. Questions? Yeah. I'm going to show you the video because it has good close-ups. This is what I usually do in class. But again, it's really hard for you to see, you know, me rolling it and tucking it from here. The video, I get that camera right in there so you can see it. Okay, so we want to remain behind the patient's behind, and we want to smooth any wrinkles. And wrinkles are important. We're going to learn that a little bit later, but wrinkles contribute to bed sore formation. So that's really important to try to get that bottom sheet as wrinkle-free as possible. We want to loosen the feet over the toes. That way it's not bending the feet down. And we want to replace the pillow. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to make hospital corners too. I'm going to show you how to do that. And we want to replace the pillowcase with the opening facing away from the door. A lot of people walking up and down the hallway, patients, staff, visitors, all kinds of people, breathe stuff out. We don't want that stuff on air currents to come in and get inside the pillowcase where it's warm, dark, moist, and the patient breathes that in all night. So if you have the pillowcase facing away from the door, there's less germ intrusion onto the pillow. Okay. Not too bad, right? All right. This is 7 minutes, 57 seconds. And if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see the 13 minutes. Do this again. So most of my videos are about half of what they give you in time. Now remember, I do this whole opening and credits at the end, so don't rush. Good luck.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is CNA today. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Wonderful. I need to change your sheets. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to close your curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Start out with the barrier. Going to get a top sheet, a bottom sheet, and a pillowcase, and a privacy blanket. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to place this blanket over you. This will help protect privacy and keep you warm while we do this too, okay? Okay, I'm going to spread this out. You hold that blanket in place?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove the sheet for that. We'll place the sheet and dirty linen. Mr. Jones, can I get the street coordinate, please? Thank you. Can you roll up so that you're on your side facing that direction? Thank you. I'll remove the two corners of the sheet from the side of the bed. I'm going to roll the soil in for the patient.
to tuck it up underneath the patient all along the length of the top. Now I'll take the clean sheet, unfold it. Spread it out on the mattress. And attach the corners. Now, the clean sheet for me. We'll roll it so that it's tight. With no wrinkles. As we tuck it under soil sheet. Okay, Mr. Dennis, come on back on your back, and I need you to scoot to the center of the bed, please. Thank you. Can you scoot toward me, please? Thank you. Roll so that you're laying on your side, facing away from me. Thank you. I'll now remove the sheet from the bed. It was soiled. Wrapping it into a ball. And I'll go place this in dirty linen. Now I'll undo the clean sheet. And secure the corners on that. As I do so, I'll make sure to stretch the sheet so that it's flat and minimize the wrinkles that are underneath the patient. Okay, Ms. Jones, can you come back onto your back, please? And scoot to the middle. Thank you. I'm now going to place the top sheet over you. And I'll remove that back blanket. Roll it in a ball and place it in 30 minutes. Now I'm going to secure the sheet. I'm going to lift the mattress and smooth the sheet down so that it's flat under the mattress on both sides. Now I'll make hospital corners by lifting the top edge of the sheet about a foot from the end of the mattress, straight up. It'll form a triangle. Everything else will get tucked underneath. I'll repeat that on this side. And I'll loosen this over his toes so we have some more room in it. How's that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank you.
Very good. I'm going to remove the pillow from under your head. I'll bring it back. I'll remove the pillowcase. Be careful not to allow it to touch my uniform. And lay the pillow on the overbed table. We'll place the pillowcase in dirty linen. I'll take the clean pillowcase and scrunch it up all the way to the edges. We'll put the tag side in, place the pillowcase on top of the tag side of the pillow, and pull the sides in. I'll now place the pillow head with the opening facing away from the door. How is that, Mr. Jones?
Perfect, thank
Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please don't hesitate to call. Can I get you something like a magazine?
you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open your curtain and wash my hands. The barrier will be thrown away. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done.
One question.
Like that,
One question. Who carries the basket outside?
for the test, the evaluator will. You just leave it right where it's at. Have a good day and we'll see you on Wednesday. You'll want to catch the replay for the blood pressure yard. You're welcome. All right, so. Okay, so the next skill we're going to learn is measure and record respirations, which is on page 37 of your skills book.
This is a short skill.
It looks
A whole lot like pulse. It can be done in less than 5 minutes for somebody with your level of experience. And respirations is the act of breathing. So we're counting how many times the patient breathes. In and out count as one. So doesn't matter whether you count at the inhale, the zenith in between, or the exhale, the whole thing counts as one. Okay. So if you start counting and they've already inhaled, you would count it. The whole thing counts as one. Make sense? But patients don't breathe that exaggerated. Breathing is easy, quiet, even, not a lot of, you shouldn't get a lot of visual or auditory stimuli. You really kind of have to watch pretty close to see somebody breathing. Now, they make this easy on the test because if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see it's going to be done on the live person, but that person is going to be in bed. And that's important because when you're laying down, you can actually see the tummy rise and fall when you're counting respirations. So it does help that they're laying down. Like, again, the test is trying to do this the easiest possible way for you. It's not, they're not trying to trick you. This is not the hardest case scenario. They actually set it up the easiest. So we're going to go in, do our opening, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. Hey, Miss Patti. I'm your CNA today. But when I get to the part where I have to explain to the patient what we're doing, I don't want to say, I'm here to count your breathing or measure your respirations. Because the minute you do that, people become aware of their breathing and it changes. We're not going to get an accurate result. So we don't want to tell the patient that we're counting their breathing. What we do want to do is say something vague, like I'm taking your vital signs. Respirations is part of vital signs. We're not lying, but we're not making them hyper aware of their own breathing either. Okay. Now, the good thing is that the evaluators can count breathing at the same time you do. So you only have to do this skill once. And the evaluators don't need to be like right there. They can be across the room. Good. Normal here for respirations is between 12 and 20. Remember, normal pulse was 60 to 100. Normal respirations is 12 to 20, somewhere in there. What would you do if you were counting and only got 10? Report it to the nurse. What would you do if you were counting and you got 26? Report it to the nurse. What would you do if you were counting and it was really noisy? Yeah, report it to the nurse. If it's wheezy, crackling, you know, seems labored, you would want to report that to the nurse. Okay. Good. All right, let me show you something with this particular skill. This is a super easy skill. It's a super quick skill, but let me show you something with this skill. I need somebody to come lay down in that bed, and you will be staying there for respirations. We will count your respirations. I don't blame you. Okay. So those of you at home should be able to play along with this. So here's the main problem with respirations. If I come over here, now remember I said I can't tell her that I'm counting. Lift your head up for a second. You look all kinds of uncomfortable there. Better? Yeah. Better? A little bit? Yeah, I know that pillow is not very fluffy. Okay, so we've already said that I don't want to tell her I'm counting her respirations, so I'm going to tell her vital signs. But the real problem is, once I've gotten her permission, if I just come over here and that's awkward, isn't it? It's awkward, right? I'm staring at the patient, not talking to them, not touching them, just staring at their, it's real high on the creep meter, guys. You don't want to be on that meter, right? So when you're doing this skill, you want them to think you're taking the pulse. So after I do my opening, wash my hands and all of that, I'm actually going to lift her hand. I'm not taking her pulse. I don't even have her pulse. I'm holding her hand, basically. But if I'm doing this, that makes it way more comfortable for the patient. Okay. So this skill is going to look a whole lot like pulse, but we're not measuring the pulse. We're measuring the respirations. But there's something you can do to make this even easier. So if you look at her, you can see her tummy going up and down. And that's what we're going to count. Remember, in and out counts as one. You can see her tummy moving up and down. Not everybody is as easy to see. And there's something you can do to help that. So take a look at her tummy now. Like you can see it from across the room. I did not change her breathing at all. What I changed was your ability to see it. I use psychology because your eye is drawn to movement when it's a contrasting color. That's what kept us safe in the caveman days with the saber-toothed tigers running around, because we could see the flash of color moving. So we still have that ability to pick up motion in a competing color. And that's what we can see here. You can actually see her tummy moving up and down because of that alcohol pad. You can use this for the test. Perfectly okay. That keeps those evaluators on the other side of the room and they can still count. That's a good thing. Right? You can use that. The reason we use alcohol pad, you don't want to use anything heavy because that can interfere with her breathing. But patients a lot of times ask questions, seeing what you're doing. So if I put a pin on her tummy, she's going to go, what's that for? If I put a piece of paper, she's going to say, what is that for? But if I put an alcohol pad there, now alcohol pads are mystical, magical, and medical. Patients usually don't ask. They assume you're going to need it for something after you're done. So they don't ask. Or if they do, you give them a non-committal answer like, I need that when I'm done. And they'll go, okay. They're used to alcohol pads. So alcohol pads are cheap, they're disposable, and they're less likely to get your patient to ask questions. Good? Okay. So I'm going to do this whole skill from beginning to end, and including hand washing and documentation. Where's my, oh, there it is. So we're going to do this whole skill from beginning to end. Here we go. Now, when I say start out loud, I want you guys to count her respirations quietly to yourself until I say stop. And we'll see when I'm all done how close we came. Okay, so you guys are all the evaluators. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Great. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands and I'll be right back. And then you can take a nap. She's like, yes. All right, so I'm going to turn the water on and wet my hands. I'm going to get some soap, lots of soap because we're graded on bubbles. And I'm going to look at the clock. Second hand was on the 9. So I'm going to wash the tops of my wrists, the backs of my hands, in between my fingers, in between my thumb and index finger on both hands, the bottom of my hand by my pinky, and the palm of my hand interlacing my fingers. So all areas, and that is 20 seconds. So now I can move on to my nails. So I'm going to go down each nail with my thumb to clean my cuticles. I'm going to circle my nails on the palm of my hand to clean underneath. And then I'm going to rinse, being very careful not to touch the sink or the faucet. Once I'm done rinsing, I'm going to tap, keep the water confined. Get some paper towels, whatever I need. And I'm going to dry what's clean, not what's wet, what's clean. We'll throw that away, get a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off. Okay, Ms. Jones, this is going to take me a full minute. I'll need you to remain quiet while I do this, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done, okay? Just going to lift your arm up here. Can everybody see? All right, ready? Start. Stop. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Would you like a magazine before I go? Okay, here's your call light right there in your hand. If you need anything, just hit that red button. Environment's clean. I'm going to open the curtain and go wash my hands. If you notice on this scale, where's most of my time spent? Yeah, over here. Spend way more time over here than I do with the patient. So I'm going to time it. We're going to wash the tops of the wrist, the backs of the finger or backs of the hands in between the fingers, in between the thumb and index finger on both sides, bottom of the hand by the pinky, palm of the hands, interlacing the fingers. And that is 20 seconds. I'm going to move on to my nails, go down each one with my thumb on both sides, circle my nails on the palm of my hand, and then rinse. Rinsing, I want to be careful not to touch the sink or the faucet. Get rid of all soap. We're going to tap, keep the water confined to the sink. Get some paper towels to dry what's clean. Throw those away. Clean, dry paper towel. Turn the faucet off. Now that I have clean hands, I can document my reading. After documenting, I'm going to go wash my hands again. So we're over here. Turn the faucet on. Wet our hands, get some soap. Top to the wrist, back to the hands in between the fingers, in between the thumb and index finger, both sides. Bottom of the hand by the pinky, and the palm of the hand interlacing the fingers. And that is 20 seconds. So I'm going to go down each one of my nails with my thumb, both sides, circle the nails on the palm of my hand, and rinse. Being careful not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap, keep the water confined. And then paper towels to dry what's clean. Clean dry paper towel, just turn the faucet off. And then I would think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections I needed to make. I'd probably read that care plan one more time just to be sure, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Thank you. What'd you guys get? 9? Yeah, I got 10. You can be off by 2 breaths in either direction. So if I got 10, if you got 8, you got 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, you would be accurate. Guys, that is a huge, huge margin of error. Huge margin of error. Okay. Good. Questions? All right. Do you notice that most of that skill was at the sink? There was 3 hand washings for that one, and only about less than 2 minutes with the patient. So I want you real quick to go back to page 17. Do you remember these? The care plan sets. You're going to get one of these for the state exam. Remember, you have to do these skills in the order listed. You guys remember that? Look through there and see which ones have respirations. So the first one, the third one, 7th one, 8th one. Okay, so those are the ones that have respirations, right? But pay attention specifically to the first one and the 7th one. It has respirations listed first, and you have to do them in the order listed. So what I just did with actual hand washing for real, going to the sink and washing my hands 3 times, that's what you're going to do. Now, the third one has respirations as a second skill. You guys see that? The third clipboard has respirations as a second skill. So for that one, the evaluator is going to tell you you can simulate hand washing. So you would just say, I am washing my hands now. Boy, that gets a whole lot easier. Okay. So questions on respirations? All right, in page 36 of your book, your white book, there's a lesson on documentation principles. You're going to want to read that on your own sometime this week. So put a star next to that you're going to want to read that. Yes, 36. And then on page 29 is a lesson on military time. Let me talk to you about military time really quickly. So military time is used in healthcare because we operate on a 24-hour basis. It's not like a bank where if I tell you to do something at 10 o'clock at a bank, you automatically know that I mean 10 a.m. because nobody's working at the bank at 10 p.m. But medicine isn't like that. Medicine works 24 hours a day. So if I ask you to do something at 10, you have to know 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Well, if you've ever looked at doctors' handwriting, AM and PM can look an awful lot alike. So in healthcare, to minimize errors, we use military time. Now, military time, I'm a very logical, analytical person, and military time to me just makes way more sense. I don't know who the person was, who was in charge of this, but somewhere along the line, somebody says, okay, well, there's 24 hours in a day, right? Yeah. Okay, well, let's just count to 12 and then we'll start over. Okay. Why? I don't know. I just don't want to count past 12. I mean, who came up with that system? It's just, to me, it's bonkers, right? If there's 24 hours in a day, let's use all 24. So instead of ending at 12 and starting over again at 1, we're just going to keep going. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and we're at 0 because we're starting a new day. Okay, so military time is just keep going on the clock. 4 numbers. You're going to smush them all together. No colon, no AM, no PM. Just squish everything together. So if it's 10:20 a.m., it would be 10:20. 1020. Anything before 10, you don't have 4 numbers though. If it's 3:15 a.m., we need 4 numbers. So we're going to add a 0 at the front. So 0, 3:15. Okay. The rest of it, just keep going on the clock, smush all the numbers together. That's military time. For the test, you do not have to use military time for documentation. You can use regular time. But you must, if you use regular time, indicate AM or PM. Failure to indicate AM or PM completely negates the documentation. Okay. So if you use regular time, please remember AM or PM. But you do need to learn military time because you're going to be using it in most clinical settings. It does reduce errors. All right, so let's go to page 40. So page 40 gives you step-by-step instructions on how to take a blood pressure. But this is not a tested skill. This is not something that you will have to perform for the state exam. They no longer require you to take a blood pressure. It doesn't mean you don't need to learn it. You do. Everybody needs to know how to take a manual blood pressure. You're just not tested on it. So if you go back a page to 38 and 39, I'm going to explain to you how to take a blood pressure. Okay, Giddy, you are in luck. Today we went over respirations and we're going over blood pressure. So you'll want to go back and watch the lesson from last Wednesday for pulse. But today we just did respirations and now we're doing blood pressure. Somebody was asking in YouTube world for vital signs. Okay. So this is a non-tested skill. That means that you still have to know it and you're still responsible for the knowledge of it, but you don't have to physically perform it for the test. Now, the reason that you need to know it is, yes, we have automated cuffs. Most places use automated cuffs. But if you get an abnormal reading on an automated cuff, you have to double check it. So if an automated cuff gives you something off the wall, there's no way of knowing, is it really something wrong with the patient or is it something wrong with my machine? The only way to tell is to take it manually. So you have to know how to take a manual blood pressure. And that might be a written test question. You're using an automated cuff to take a blood pressure. You get a reading of 142 over 108. What is your next action? A, double check it with a manual cuff. B, report it to the nurse. C, tell the nurse to medicate the patient for high blood pressure. Or D, call 911. Yeah, double check it. Yes. CNAs usually don't call 911. Guys, do you know what the reason to call 911 is? Well, if you're out there and you call 911, who are you trying to get? Who do you, yeah, you want somebody with some level of knowledge beyond yours, right? If you know how to handle it, you would handle it. But if you're calling 911, that means you need somebody there with more knowledge than you have. Well, in a clinical setting, you already have somebody there with more knowledge than you have. Who is that? The nurse. You don't need to call 911. Not unless the nurse tells you to. Now, if she's calling 911, that means that they're trying to find somebody with a higher level of experience, right? So the only time a CNA calls 911 is if the nurse instructs them to. And that means we're escalating it to a higher level. So that answer for the test is usually the wrong one. Keep that in mind. CNAs generally don't call 911. Home setting is different, obviously, because there's nobody there with a higher level of knowledge. But even then, usually you'll need to call your supervisor to make sure. Okay, good. Give you a great example of this. This trips up a lot of people out there in the community. I'm not talking about clinical setting, in the community. Do you know that there are people walking around right now in our county that have a seizure disorder? They're inside grocery stores, they're inside big box stores, they're at the Mermaid Place, right? They're in the community. They have a seizure disorder, which means they might have a seizure at any particular moment. So if you're out in the community and somebody drops and has a seizure, your first instinct is to call 911, right? Because I don't know how to deal with this. Well, the problem is that if somebody has a seizure disorder and they're already on medications, they've already had all the tests in the world done. So what you're trying to do is get to your comfort level, not theirs. Right? This makes me very uncomfortable. Somebody's flopping around on the floor. That makes me uncomfortable. Somebody's got to come take care of this because I don't know what to do. Right? So we're working on our comfort level right now, not the patient's. So the guys come in the ambulance, they package up the patient, they take them to the hospital, and now the patient has an ambulance ride and a hospital bill for a condition that they already know they have, and medication that they're already taking at home, and nothing that the hospital can do is going to help them. So it's not necessarily the right call, the right action, right, to take. So we have to be careful with 911. And this is especially important in a clinical setting, right? In a clinical setting, if your patient has a seizure disorder, 911 is not necessarily needed to be called. They're already in a clinical setting. They already have a nurse. They're already getting medication. It's not necessarily something we have to ship them off with. Now, if they've never, ever, ever, ever had a seizure in their life and they're having one now, they need to go to the hospital to find out what's going on. So who is the best person to make these decisions, the CNA or the nurse? This is why CNAs don't call 911. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So this is a non-tested skill, taking a blood pressure. That means that you need to know how, but we're not going to test you on it. It could show up on the written test though. But in order to understand how to take a blood pressure, we kind of have to learn what a blood pressure actually is. So I'm going to give you the 5th grade version of what a blood pressure is. So we have a heart on the left side of our chest. That heart squeezes and pushes out a wave of blood. And we talked about this in class on Wednesday with pulse. When the heart pushes out that wave of blood, we push down on the artery. We can feel those waves moving through. We count that as a pulse. Good. Okay, so heart contracts, pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it, and that wave pushes the one in front of it. Now, what we're interested here with pulse, we counted the waves, figure out how many times the heart beat. We're not counting now. Blood pressure is different. With blood pressure, I want to find out how much pressure is inside the arteries as the heart contracts and as the heart relaxes. And we're going to do that with our blood pressure cuff. So think of it this way. If I have a hose attached to a faucet on the outside of my house, and I walk up to the faucet and I turn it all the way on, water comes through the hose expands, gets kind of hard. There's pressure in there, water pressure, right? I've turned the faucet on, there's pressure inside the hose. Now, if I turn that faucet all the way off, the hose kind of relaxes, gets squishier, less pressure inside. All your heart is doing is standing at the faucet going on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. And all we want to know is how much pressure is inside when it's on, how much pressure is inside when it's off. All a blood pressure is. When that artery is expanded around the wave, how much pressure is there? When the artery is relaxed in between waves, how much pressure is there? That's all a blood pressure is. Now, the way we're going to do that is we're going to use a tourniquet. We call it a blood pressure cuff, but that's what it is. It's a tourniquet. And we're going to inflate that. And as we inflate that cuff, the air inside the cuff pushes on the muscles of the arm and squeezes them. You know this if you've ever had your blood pressure taken because it hurts. We're squeezing. Well, what we're doing is we're using the muscles to close off the artery. Close it down. So now your heart's still beating. Thump, 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 thump. Still pushing out waves. Thump, 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 right? So we got waves going. But right now, below here, they can't get down. We've stopped them. We put up a toll booth right there. So the waves are stacking up, stacking up, stacking up. And then as CNAs, we inflate to somewhere between 160 and 180. We don't go past that. 160 to 180 is our stopping point. And then we're going to deflate the cuffs. So we're going to let the air out slowly. As the air goes out, the muscles are going to relax and the artery's going to get bigger. Little by little. All these waves are stacked up, ready to get through, but still too small. Waves can't fit through that yet. And we're going to keep deflating and the artery's going to get bigger. And at some point, that very first wave sitting there waiting is going to be able to squeeze through. And when it squeezes through, it hits the top of the artery and makes a thunk sound. We can hear that. So when we inflate the cuff and deflate, we're not going to hear anything because waves are just sitting there. Nothing to hear yet. As the needle comes down, we're still listening. Nothing to hear yet. Nothing to hear yet. And then we're going to hear the first thunk. That thunk that we hear is that first wave pushing through. And that tells us the amount of maximum pressure in that artery with that wave. Where the needle is when we hear that first thunk sound, that number, that's your top number of your blood pressure. Okay. Now we're going to hear more thunks because remember, those waves were all just lining up. And if the first one could make it, the second one sure can. And the third one can too. And the fourth one. And now the artery is getting bigger and bigger. So the waves are having less trouble getting through. So you're going to hear lots more thunk sounds. Remember, the only one we cared about was the first one. Thunk, 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 thunk. We don't care about those. We're not counting them. They don't mean anything to us at all. But eventually we're going to get to the point that we don't hear any more thunks after that. There's no thunks at all. It's like silent again. So we need to know where was the last clear thunk sound that we heard. Where the needle is, the number it's pointing to on your dial, that is your bottom number or your diastolic. So the first thunk you hear is the systolic or area of maximum pressure. Last thunk you hear is the diastolic or area of minimum pressure. Okay. So that means we inflate the cuff, we deflate the cuff, and it's going to be quiet. Nothing going on. Quiet. Don't let your brain talk you out of blood pressure because your brain will. Oh my gosh, I don't hear anything. I don't know what I'm doing. I must have missed it. No, tell your brain to go take a coffee break. You don't need it right now. Okay. You're just going to inflate, deflate, listen for the first thunk. That number where the needle is, that's your top number. Listen to the others, but what we're listening for is the last clear one. But here's the problem. It's not going to tell you, get ready, get set, almost there, ta-da. It doesn't do that. It just goes thunk, 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 thunk. Oh, where was that last one? If you don't pay attention to each one, you may lose where the last one was. Okay. Some of you are going to have trouble with the top number. You are my dreamers. If you're the type of person that, your brain goes out, makes daisies, if it doesn't have anything to do, you're going to have trouble with the top one. Because when you inflate that cuff to up between 160 and 180 and it comes down, it's quiet. And it's quiet and it's quiet. I wonder what's thunk for lunch thunk today. Thunk. Thunk. Oh no, where was the first thunk? If your brain is off picking daisies, that first one hard for you. Some of you will have no problem with that one. You're going to have problems with the bottom one because you're my dancers, my rhythm people. Okay, rhythm people have trouble with the bottom number because if I've got a rhythm going here, your brain will automatically play along, right? This is a nice rhythm. It's nice and steady, and you can probably fill in that next one. If you filled in the next one, you're going to have trouble on the bottom. You're not going to be sure, was it a thunk or did some of you are going to be like me. You're going to have trouble on both ends. I am a dreamer and a dancer, and blood pressure took me forever to get down. And that's why I spend a lot of time explaining what it is, because my teacher just taught me, okay, here's a stethoscope, here's a blood pressure. You squeeze it, needle goes up, it comes down, you listen. I didn't get blood pressure for a long time. It took me a long time to figure all this out. So I'm going to give you a lot of information right now, but what I'm trying to do is reduce your errors as you're learning. Okay. So everybody good with that? Do you understand what blood pressure is? Okay. We're going to come back to this in just a minute, but let me introduce you to your equipment. Go ahead and take out your blood pressure cuffs and stethoscopes. Okay, we're going to talk about stethoscopes first. Those of you who have a double tube stethoscope like this part of the stethoscope, some of you with single tubes are going to have this too. This part of the stethoscope is called the head. Okay, the head of the stethoscope. This is a diaphragm. This is a bell. For the most part, we're going to use the diaphragm, the larger side. We want a flat surface to take a blood pressure. So most of the time, we're going to use this side. This whole thing is a microphone. It amplifies the sound we're listening to. The problem is that we're listening to a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery buried under muscle, fat, and tissue. This is not a big sound. You need a big microphone. And we want to make sure our microphone is in the right place. If I've got a microphone here, you'll hear me fine. If I put the microphone over here, it's not going to help us much, right? So we have to make sure that this microphone is in the right position and in the right place. So this whole head turns. The whole thing turns. So this is how you tell the stethoscope which side you want to listen to. Now at the bottom of where the head connects, there may be a flat bar and you may have a circle on it. For you, you've got a flat bar. Those of you with single tubes, you'll just have the circle. The circle needs to be facing the same direction as your large diaphragm, right? If it's turned like this, that means this side is on. We want the diaphragm and the circle to be facing the same direction. Good? Okay. Now this surprises me every time. These ear tips, now yours, can you hold up your ear tips for me? Okay, yours neat. Yours are pre-adjusted. Yours are pre-adjusted. Yours I'm going to need to adjust. Okay. See how those are slightly curved, right? We have to make sure that they're slightly curved. And the reason for that is your ear canals are not straight, not even remotely straight. Hold that down there where the fingers are. Yeah, hold that right there. Your ear canals are not straight, not even on a good day. There you go. Well, you may have to adjust those a little bit. All right. So if we have our earpieces adjusted so they're at a slight angle, see how that's like at a slight angle? These face away from you when you put them in. And it amazes me how many people put them in wrong. They face away from you. Remember, in our life, it's always about the patient, right? Well, we want these ear tips to face the patient. So make sure these are facing away from you. Open them up and put them in your ears. And then tap your diaphragm. You should hear it clearly. Right? Okay. Now take this out. Flip it around so it's backwards. Put it in and then tap your diaphragm. Harder to hear. Put them back in the right way. And tap your diaphragm. And you'll see it really amplifies. Okay. So knowing how to put these in the right way is a huge part of taking a blood pressure. And if you've ever watched any of the medical dramas on TV, it amazes me how many people have their stethoscopes in backwards. Like, that's not right. But you want to make sure that they're facing the patient. Now, this part, the microphone part, has to be over the artery we're listening to. Remember, we're trying to hear a wave of blood hitting the top of an artery. It's got to be over the artery, but your artery is not where you think it is. So we're going for the brachial artery. It's buried a little deeper. If you hold your arm out and get that elbow straight, you want a nice straight surface. at the fold of your elbow, you're going to use 2 fingers, not your thumb. Remember, your thumb has an artery. We don't want that. 2 fingers, fingertips, not flat. Your artery is on the inside. It's not in the middle. It's on the inner aspect. If you put your thumb on the back side, you should feel some thumps under your finger. But you've got to make sure that that elbow is nice and straight. If you've got your elbow bent, you're not going to feel it. That elbow's got to be popped out. So it's going to be on the inside, inner aspect, not in the middle. Everybody tries to go for the middle. It's not in the middle. It's on the inner aspect. Nope. Right here. Right there under my fingers. Find it? You probably are going to have to. So watch what I do with my fingers, right? I go forward, back, middle. And it's, yep, it's right there. I think. Okay, right there. But see how hard I'm pressing? Got it? Did you find it? Did you find it? Get it? No? Okay. So it's not in the middle. It's on the inside. It's right there. Yours is hard to feel. It's right there. Right there. I'm going to push it up just a little bit. Put your thumb on the back side. Not quite so hard. Right up just a little bit. I think you're squishing it. Now try mine. Yours is hard to feel. So it's going to be right a little harder. Yeah. Okay. Yours is a little, it's buried a little deeper. So find somebody else's. Find somebody else's. You want to go back and work with her? Find somebody else's. Okay, so you want to make sure that arm is nice and straight. It's going to be on the inner aspect, so not in the middle. It's on the pinky side. Maybe a little too far down. Let me see here. It's right there. Right there with a little purple. Beautiful. You can't find yours? You can't find his? We had trouble with him on Pulse too. Let me see. Did you find yours? I want to make sure that arm is nice and straight. Oh, yeah, his is right there. Yeah, right there. He's got a good one. Yeah. Is she pressing harder than I did? Got it? Okay. All right, did everyone feel at least one person's thumb? All right. Did you notice that it's not in the middle? And yet, when people take your blood pressure, where do they put the stethoscope? Right in the middle. They are listening to a spot that does not have the artery. So are they getting an accurate reading? We'll never know. So when you're taking the blood pressure, it's really, really important that we are listening over the artery. And that means that until you find until you know where it's at, you're probably going to want to feel for it to make sure that you're over that artery. This takes a little bit of practice. Now, I want you to do that again on yourself. So get your arm out, find your artery, keep your fingers there once you find it, and relax your elbow. And notice what happens when you relax your elbow. Yeah, your fingers move, but it also kind of goes away. So when you get your arm out, what that does is it pushes that artery closer to the surface so you can feel it. So when you're at home practicing on other people and you're trying to find that artery, if their arm is relaxed like this, you may not feel it. You got to get that arm popped way out. Okay. You still having trouble? Okay. Yeah, you really have to pop it out. Good. Yeah, that's good. All right. So does that make sense? Okay. Now, what we used to do, let me show you. So years and years ago, what we used to do is we would find the artery, right? So now I know this is where I need to put my stethoscope. So I would take a little pen and I would write a little X there. And now I know where to put my stethoscope, right? Easy peasy. But your patients don't want you writing on them. So we came up with another solution. What we did is we put the X marks the spot on your cuff. So right underneath where the gauge goes, you'll see a little marking, and you may have right arm, left arm with an arrow. You may have a line with a circle because everybody gets their cuffs in different places. But you have something there that indicates where the artery is. Yep. So what you would do is, don't do this on yourselves. Just listen to me right now. You would lay the cuff along the arm, find out where that artery is with your fingers, line that up, and then secure the cuff. And now you've got something that points to where your stethoscope should go. Now, when we're talking about the cuff, this gauge is very heavy. It's got little prongs on the back that we aren't going to use. At the back of your gauge is a clip. If you press down on the clip, the top magically opens. Ta-da! And you've got a fabric tab. If you open your clip and slide it up the fabric tab, it will stay there. And that's where it needs to live. If you just use those prongs and hang this there, when you try to put this on the patient or take it off, if this thing falls, what's underneath that is their wrist with lots of little bones that are very likely to break under the weight of this. So when you're putting a cuff on or taking it off, this gauge should be firmly attached to your cuff, not just hanging there. Professional cuffs have a built-in sizing guide. This white stripe, this can be used to size the cuff to make sure it's going to work on our patient. So can you come up here real quick? Just leave that there. So she's kind of small, so I'm concerned that this cuff might be a little big for her. The way that I would find out is I'm going to take this white stripe and I'm going to put it underneath her arm, an inch above the elbow. So can I get you to hold your arm out for me? This is going to go underneath the arm, an inch above the elbow, and I'm going to wrap it around her arm. If it wraps more than halfway around, it's too big. If I can't see either one of these corners, it's too small. Okay. So it needs to be 1/3 to 1/2 the size of the arm. Good. So it does have a built-in sizing guide. So do you guys understand how the cuff? Okay. All right. I'm going to show you how to use that in a minute. Don't get ahead of me though. We want to go over how to read the gauge. So just to remind you, we have a heart. That heart squeezes and pushes out a wave of blood. That one pushes the one in front of it, and so on. And what we're measuring is how much pressure is inside the artery as the wave moves through, and how much pressure is inside the artery in between those waves. And we're actually going to assign numbers to that based on this gauge. So as a CNA, we only inflate up to somewhere between 160 to 180. That's our stopping point, 160 to 180. And then as we're deflating, it's going to be quiet. We know that because we're listening for the first. It's going to be quiet. And then we're going to hear the first thump. Wherever that needle is, where it's pointing, when we hear that first thump is our top number. We're going to hear more thumps. We don't care about that. We're looking for the last clear one. Where the needle is, when we hear the last clear one, is our bottom number. So if you look at this gauge, the way that we're going to figure out those numbers is we have to learn what each one of these marks means. So these are marked in 20s. You see 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, and so on. The big marks in between are 10s, even though they're not listed, they're 10s. So 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. The little teeny tiny marks are 2s. So if I have the line here for 40, that's 42, 44, 46, 48, and 50. Notice there's no lines for odd numbers. You can't point to a line that says 115. Okay. So when you're taking a manual blood pressure, even numbers are best. Okay. Automated machines can get odd numbers. They're way, way, way more scientific than we are. So when we inflate up here and we deflate, it's going to be quiet. And we're listening for that first sound, which is right here for this particular reading. So if this is the line for 100 and each of these are 2s, that's 102, 104, 106. So my top number is 106. We hear more thumps. We don't care about those. The last clear one is right here. This is the line for 60. So 62, 64, 66. So 106 over 66 would be this person's blood pressure. Now, just because we heard the last one doesn't mean we get to stop listening. We're going to keep listening and keep listening just in case. But we want to get that needle all the way down to 0 before we stop. Some of you guys are going to get confused on that. You're going to be so excited you heard thumps that you're going to stop and the needle's hanging out like right here. Remember, that's still hurting their arm. Their arm will reach out and slap you. So make sure that when you're doing this, you don't forget to deflate all the way to 0.
So what if we hear
The last clear thump is what we're counting. Yeah, the last, well, if you keep listening, you hear another clear thump, then that's that number, right? Okay.
The upper number is more than 180.
Okay, remember CNAs do normal. You guys remember me saying that? CNAs do normal. Well, normal blood pressure, we're going to get to that here, right here, actually. Normal for the top numbers between 100 and 119. That's normal. So anything over 120 has to be abnormal. And what do we do with abnormals? Report it to the nurse. So it doesn't matter whether it's a little abnormal or a lot abnormal, does it? We don't care. It's abnormal. So if we get up to 180, right? We inflate up to 180 and we hear thumps right away. That means top number is somewhere above 180. We don't need to know what it is. You just report it. Yeah, I got thumps at 180. Good luck. And watch them run. We don't need to know what the number is exactly. The nurse is going to have to double check our reading anyway. Now, because if you come to me and you say patient's got a blood pressure of 180 over something, I'm not going to believe you. I'm not calling the doctor with that information until I double check it, because there's a possibility you might be wrong. And I'm calling the doctor with wrong information, and that's my butt on the line, right? So I have to double check it. Well, when you take blood pressures one right after the other, remember that we're squeezing that arm. Anybody know what pain does to blood pressure? It increases it. That's right. So when we go over 180 and we're inflicting pain, very likely we're going to get a high blood pressure, not because the patient's got high blood pressure, it's because you're hurting them, right? So we're creating a problem that didn't need to be there. That's why we don't go over 180. Make sense? Okay. Anything over 120 is going to get reported. Doesn't matter whether it's 122 or 202, it still gets reported. And the more you do blood pressures, the higher they go. If we're already high, we don't need to keep doing it. We're going to give that information to the nurse and let her double check it. Good? Questions? When you're taking a blood pressure, it's always best to use the left. That's kind of the universal arm. Yeah, if you have a choice, left is best. But there are certain conditions that would keep your patient from being able to use a certain arm. Like if they've had a mastectomy or breast removal, we took the lymph nodes out, which is what affects blood pressure. So it affects the recycling center of the body. So your patient can have complications. If the patient's undergoing dialysis and has a graft or a shunt, we don't want to use that arm. If the patient played Humpty Dumpty and had to be put back together again, we don't want to use that arm. If the patient's had a stroke and one arm is affected, we don't want to use that arm. If the patient has an IV, we don't want to. Basically, you want the healthiest arm the patient's got. And if they have two healthy arms, we go with the left. But don't argue with your patient if they say, yeah, you can't use that arm for a blood pressure. Okay, no problem. I'll use the other one. Okay, good. Questions? All right. So that's the normal systolic is between 100 and 119. Normal diastolic or bottom numbers between 60 and 79. If either one of those is off, it's reported. So if one number is normal, but the other one is off, you still report it. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at this right here on page 39. This graphic right here. Now, these thumps that we're listening for, they have a name. They're called Korotkoff sounds. You don't need to know that, but they do have a name. But your first Korotkoff sound and your last one are indicated on that graphic right there for number 8 and 9. See if you can look at that and tell me what the blood pressure is. I know it's kind of hard to read, but the line for first thump heard here, what number is that? 130. The line for last thump heard here, what number is that? So 130 over 90 is this person's blood pressure. 130 over 90, is that normal? What would we do with that? Report it. Now let's look at the second graphic there. What number is first thump heard here pointing at? It's just under the 110 mark, so I would call that 108. And then the last one is just above the 60 mark, so 62. So 108 over 62. Is that normal? So what do we have to do with that? Yeah, just document it. That's it. Easy. Okay, good. All right, patient's feet should be flat on the floor when you're doing this. We should be asking which arm we can use. I know I dropped something. I'm going to give you, I've got enough. I'm going to give you one because the square might be harder. Does yours collapse or is it rigid? Okay, you're good. Okay. That might work, but that's going to be better. I've got enough. Okay, so now what you're going to do is wrap your cuff around your can. And you want to wrap it around so the gauge is facing you. Well, just going to wrap this around like that. All right, I want you to hold that. Okay. When you have this around your can, I want you to hold it in your non-dominant hand. So I'm right-handed, so I'm going to hold this in my left hand, and I'm going to tuck this flap behind just to get it out of my way. And I want to hold the bulb and valve assembly so that the tubing is facing up. It's not like this. You want the tubing to face up. And you want that dial between your thumb and index finger. So the dial should be facing you. You're going to righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So you're going to turn it to the right, that silver dial, but don't tighten it. And you're going to squeeze until that needle goes up to somewhere between 160 and 180. And then you're going to hold that little silver dial and turn it to the left ever so slightly until the needle comes down. Ever so slightly. It may, because you've got some pressure. It's got pressure, but you want that. If you look at the screen, I'm going to show you your rate. Okay, can everybody see that dial? Okay. So I'm going to inflate. Hold on one second. And I'm going to slowly open the dial. Right, I'm going to slowly open the dial until that needle starts to come down. Do you see how slow that's moving? You see that needle? I got to open it a little bit more to keep that rate. Needle's still coming down. I'm going to open it a little bit more, open a little bit more, and a little bit more until I get all the way down to 0. But that's the rate you're looking for. You are controlling the speed of this. If your needle goes, whoosh, that's you. If your needle stops at any point, that's you. You have to work that dial, that little silver valve, to get the right speed. Very slowly. Okay, I can tell you why. We have to hold this like this, not like this. Okay, so when you're holding it like this and you touch this, righty tighty. Okay, now squeeze. Now squeeze. Okay, now thumb and finger here. And ever so slightly turn it to the left. Open it. That's a little too fast. So you want to slow that down a little bit. And that's where your fine tuning will come in. Keep opening a little bit more. No, that's good. You just got to, you have to work at keeping that consistent because it's going to stop on you. So you got to open a little more. You could probably speed up just a tad. You got really good control. Great job. Okay, go ahead and close it and go up to 180. Good. Now open it up. A little fast, so you want to slow it down just a little bit. That's better. Don't let go of this. When you hold on to it with your thumb and finger, once you open it, keep your thumb and finger on it, and that gives you that precision control. Okay. Okay. This hand, I need here. You have to do it all with this hand. Now, the reason is this one has to hold a stethoscope in a minute. It's going to be busy. So I don't want you to get used to using it. You're going to turn this around so that silver dial faces you. Righty-tighty. Ooh, that's really tight. Okay. So you just want to close this just until it stops. Don't over tighten it. Now squeeze. Okay, put that between your thumb. Go ahead and open. You don't have to hold this closed. Let go. Now, thumb and finger on here. There you go. Now open it to the left ever so slightly. Other way. Ever so slightly. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's little tiny Thumbelina motions. So you can close it and do it again. How are you doing? Okay, hold on one second. I see the problem. I'm going to help you out here. Make it a little easier. You have too much of a gap. Okay. There we go.
Oh.
Close your silver dial. Very good. Open it ever so slightly. Yep, that's good. You're gonna have to keep opening. Now, this isn't a crock pot. We can't set it and forget it. As that needle comes down, you're gonna find that you have to open your silver dial a little more, a little more, a little more, because the inside of the pressure inside the cup is decreasing. And that's what's pushing the air out. So as that cup decreases, we have to open the gauge a little bit more. Okay. So go ahead and take your cup off of your bottle. Okay, we're going to divide up into groups of 2. So you're going to take her blood pressure. She's going to take yours. You're going to take her blood pressure when she comes out. She'll take yours. You guys will take each other's blood pressures. Don't get stuck on the first one. We've only got 5 minutes. You guys need to take each other's blood pressures. I actually don't have a large adult, but we'll put you with one of them in just a minute. We'll switch. Yeah. So go ahead and take hers now. Okay, you also want the arm supported on the table. So can we use your right arm? Can we use your right arm? Okay. Make sure the arm is supported. So use her left arm, have her turn and use her left arm so that you can support it on the table. You want to make sure that that cuff is snug around his arm before you get started. It looks pretty good. He's got a larger upper arm. Remember that your earpieces face away from you. Yep, you're doing it right. Inflate, deflate, listen for the first and listen for the last. You want to hold the stethoscope. Yep, we're going to put the stethoscope right here and really sandwich it in there. You want a really good seal. Yep, there you go. Don't let it stop. Keep opening a little bit more, a little bit more. Did you hear thumps?
Did I do one more time?
Yeah, but then she's got to do yours. So remember, but did you hear thumps?
That's the one I.
Did you hear it? You didn't hear anything? Oh, okay. Yep. You had your stethoscope in the wrong way. Yep. Got to face the patient. Very good. So try one more and then you're going to switch partners. Did you hear it? Did you hear any thumps? Good. Awesome. Okay. Go ahead and take the cuff off and then you take hers. Today is all about hearing thumps. Yeah, today is just thumps. Just thumps. You can't hear anything? Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna help you. So this, having this down is muffling. So we're gonna move this up just a little bit.
I got short.
Yeah, I do too. I have the same problem.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah, you want your stethoscope out in the open and you really want to sandwich it in. Now I'm going to control this. I just want you to listen. Did you hear any thumps? Okay, good. Very good. I think our blood pressure is a little on the higher side. Yeah. Okay. So you want to come over here. Oh, what's your name? I'm sorry. Yvonne? Leah? I'm sorry, Leah. You want to come over here and work with one of them real quick? Okay. Are you okay to stay for just a minute? Okay. All right. So I've given you your review sheet right there. And if you can hand me one of your blue books, or I'm sorry, your blue book, I'll give you a yellow. And what was your name? Stephen. There you go. So Stephen, what number did I just give you? Y8? Okay. Okay, over tonight you have chapter 4 for homework. You'll read the chapter and take the test. Chapter 4 is a little more involved. Just pay attention to the normal signs of aging. That's what I'm looking for. So if you want to bring me your blue book, I'll give you a yellow one. And what was your name? Oh, I know that. I know that. There we go. Thank you. I'm good with faces, not so much with names anymore.
Many people are using.
They all tend to blur. You want to bring me your blue book and grab a yellow one? You're turning in B12 and getting Y6, okay? B1, Y5, okay? Bye-bye. Have a good night. All right, so the name of the game from here on is just practice. Now that you understand the steps, and remember the steps are in your book as well. Practice is how you're going to get good. Oh my goodness, go, go. No, that's fine. Sorry to keep you late. Have a great day. Be safe. Did you hear it? Good. Very good. Very good. Yeah, and I'll take the green one. Thank you. No, you need one more hand to make that happen
You shouldn't do blood pressure on the same arm.
multiple times. Right, right. Yeah, because each time you'll make it go higher and higher each time. All right. So that wraps up today. Thank you guys for coming. I will see you on Wednesday. And practice, practice, practice. All right, let's see what kind of questions I have on YouTube. Yeah, did you get here, let me get you a yellow one. So Y4. And your name again, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Leah, I'm going to ask you that a million times. Oh, I've got it for you right here. Sorry about that. There you go. I meant to give that to you on the first day. Yeah, yep. So are you having any trouble getting caught up or anything?
Maybe about 1 hour.
Okay.
Because it actually froze and
Oh,
just
wouldn't load.
I was getting it on the iPad and then on my phone because I'm in the car. I'm listening. I was like,
Very good. Okay.
about an hour.
Okay.
And then I'll do the first questionnaire. But do you need the papers?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Those are yours. Yeah, it's just review.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I need people to practice on.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're enjoying class.
I think everyone should know.
I agree. I absolutely agree. It's a way of becoming a good advocate for your family too.
I've always wanted to learn. I just never tried.
Okay, then.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, YouTube. Let's see here. Hi, KP. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Getty. Hi, Yvette. Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying the lessons. Hi, Essie. I got mine all along. I was doing it wrong. Well, I'm glad to help you guys. All right. No questions. Have a great night. I'll see you on Wednesday. All right. No questions in YouTube world. So I'm going to sign off now and I will see you on Wednesday, 9 to 1 for another classroom live stream. And then we'll see you on Thursday for our live question and answer session as well. Until next time, guys, happy caregiving.